There is sound. Afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. There is sound. Unfortunately, at the moment, there's no table sound, which means we won't be able to mute ourselves at all when somebody comes into the comms box. But there's not a lot we can do now. Good evening. Welcome back. I woke up yesterday from Goliath.
I was going to say that. I was ready to say
well
that.
Well done, buddy. Well done.
We got through it.
We got through Goliath. We had some lovely comments about all the team as well regarding Goliath and the coverage and everything else. So really glad you enjoyed it. We had a ball. We had a really good time. We're back and we're in London for the next 5 days. Cash tonight. We know there's the table sound issues at this moment in time. The guys are working on it all there. But you've got me and Jay. And if there's anything, that's all you need. You don't need anything else. But it was an amazing event, Goliath. It really, really was. And I know Alex, since he's won, he's been on radio, telly, he's been on local TV, he's been on national telly, he's been on the papers, he's had all sorts going on. Did he mention us once?
No, probably not.
Not once did he mention us. I've words with you. But we're back now for GUKPT London. Full schedule is there. That's what we're streaming this weekend. We've got a 5-5-10 cash table going. There's actually a waiting list of 11 people wanting to get into this game. So it should be busy. Thursday, as you can see, the high roller, new start time of the high roller is 12:30 in the room with a 1 PM live stream. And then Friday, Saturday and Sunday concentrating on the main event. Welcome back and welcome one and all. Enjoy, because we're back for the cash. Evening, Sam. Are the treble t-shirts coming out? Yes, they are. I'll have mine on Saturday. Oh yes, I washed it and ironed it. We got two. We can't use one of them. It swears. But yes, the Towers treble will be back on Saturday. Jay can't wait. I'm even thinking about putting Tottenham in. They must
do that.
There must be even money against Burnley, against Bournemouth.
Yeah.
There must be. So, what have you done since Goliath, Jay? What have you done?
Not much. A lot of sleeping, playing a little bit, quite a bit of golf actually. Played a couple of rounds of golfing. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Look, get you.
Yeah, been enjoying it. Not much else really. A lot of relaxing. Sort of taking it slow. It was a long 10 days. But back ready for more 5-5-10 tonight, guys. I'll run you through the players that we've got so far. We've got Ken Fazali, Ewan McNicholas, Nick Marchington, Adnan Sharma, James Jarvis, and Georgios Vasilopoulos.
Nick Marchington playing anybody cash. Saw Nick in Vegas. I think he ran deep at some point.
He did have one deep run. I think it's in. Was it the Millie Maker?
It might have been the Millie, yeah.
It was a big field. It was a huge field event.
If it weren't the FT, it was the last two tables. It was a deep run in Vegas. I've seen Scott Burko today. Scott was playing the high roller satellite earlier. He cashed for heaps in the World Series. He was getting close to $500,000. Super run from Scott.
Nick opening here 7-4 suited from effective cut-off as we are 5-handed. Ewan defends the ace-10 off.
So this is cash, a little bit different from his normal tournament poker.
You see that here from Nick, goes for 2/3, 40 into 60. We expect Ewan to take one off here, ace-10, 10 of hearts. I think this is definitely viable, continue here with our ace high. And does make the call. Nine of spades on the turn, just gets better for Nick, picks up flush draw to go with his flop top two pair. Just going to want to put money in the pot now. Two-tone, expect to see a bigger size here. I'd certainly be sizing up, could even see an overbet on this particular texture. And does go for 150%. 210 into 140. Ewan going to have to let the ace-10 go now, and Nick taking that one.
Hiya Tim, you'll be pleased to know Tower Blackpool is your favourite game. They now have a craps table. They don't. They have a variation of the game that's nothing like the actual game.
Oh.
It's literally a few numbers in the middle that's combined. It's. I understand what you're saying. There's 2 dice and you roll them, and then they offer you something like 5 to 1 for rolling double 6, which is midnight. Well, 30s. It used to be 33s.
Yeah, it's 36 pure odds, obviously.
Pure's 36. It used to be 33s. They dropped it to 30s.
5 to 1.
But on the variation of craps that they've got on a half-size table, they're offering 5s.
What?
There you go.
That's
Yeah. Welcome to the new dice table. But they can run it with one person doing the stick because it's half-size and it's just a bit of fun. I know what you mean, Tim. I've seen it, but it certainly ain't craps that we come to sing and dance and jog around the tables on.
4-3 suited here for Nick with position, suited connect up. Going to choose to raise it up, and Eddie flicks in the call.
Interesting to watch Nick, actually. I don't really often see him play cash.
Yeah, started off fairly aggressive tower, opened the 7-4 from cut off. ISO in the 4-3 suited here, blind on blind. Probably going to see the delay c-bet here once check 2 twice from Nick, 4 high, bottom of our range, can fold out better hands. When we are at the stone cold bottom, never a bad thing to just have one stab and try and take this down, and delay does work on that occasion. Nice pick up again. Good start for him.
Evening, Curtis. Hi, Jay and Tower. Hope you're both well. Looking forward to watching another GKPT live stream. Well, this is cash tonight all the way through till 1 in the morning.
1:30 I think we finish on stream, 1 PM live, so
okay.
I think we're done 1:30.
1:30 in the morning, we'll stream until tonight, and then back in tomorrow at 1 PM on the stream for the high roller. And Roy Cyphers watching on Facey. How are we doing, Roy? Does a lot of work for the lads with the old DraftKings. If anybody's heard of DraftKings, he does a lot of golfing for the DraftKings.
They used to sponsor WSOP, didn't they? DraftKings.
They did, yeah. Maybe 1 season or 2 seasons, maybe. Very big in America, there.
Eddie with an ace on the button, going to open.
I don't think I've seen Eddie before.
I've seen him walking around the Vic Tower. I've never spoke to him, but I think he's regular here at the Grosvenor.
So we start at 5-handed, we've got a table full and we've got 8 on the waiting list. Where is everybody?
I don't know.
How long do you give them before so you give somebody else the seat? That's the question.
A bit of action here, middle pair, top kicker for Eddie. Ken with the 8s, so not going to be going anywhere. Should be making the call.
What's Booby looking up thinking, if I touch that...
6 of spades on the turn, so ace 7, going to need to find a river. Expect Ken to always call here, getting 3 to 1, too good a price. With the 8s, 1 over card, lots of potential bluffs out there on the 2-tone board, and this should just be check check, and 8s for Ken, going to take it.
There's some players on the turbo. We level 800, 1600, that's 800, 1600 is 1600.
How doing Kev, how we doing Ben, Tim Buckley, John Walker, Mick the Mod, good evening to all of you.
Good evening indeed. And the old razor Kev. Yeah. How does Kev manage to turn up in Coventry every single time and sit in the same seat at the same table? How is that even possible?
Books it in advance.
How is that even possible? They even had a pint waiting for him, sat there, and they knew exactly who was coming down the stairs. Yeah, it was incredible. Oh yeah, John Walker. Hi Tara, glad you and Jay are back. Something to do until 1 AM, absolutely. We're here till 1:30 in the morning, and then back tomorrow. We'll show you the schedule, and we'll show you the streaming schedule and also the poker schedule for the rest of London. Joe watching on Facebook. This is cash. We are live streaming a cash game tonight.
Incoming cold 4 as well. We're going to see some action here between Nick and Ewan, and should be going post how deep these two are. So Nick does go with cold 4. That looks chunky, Tower. 375. That is a huge size here for a 4-bet. Going for 5x, the 3-bet of Ewan. Expect this to be like closer to 225, 250. Okay, that makes sense. Ben says it was a 25 straddle, so Nick's sizing of 5x just as a 3-bet makes a lot more sense. Cheers for that, chat.
300 to the flop.
So Eddie went with straddle
And takes the lead. Jack 7-4, 2 clubs.
and ace of clubs in hand, so Nick is going to continue. We've got the aces, the kings, the queens, the jacks. Got the overpair advantage here. Goes for 280. And Eddie with the quick call. Now we're going to have a tough time. We're getting an unbelievable price as Ewan, but hard to be good here with 8s after it goes c-bet call in a 3-bet coup. The 6-1 price. They're going to tempt him in.
What's the same? What's the same? Just muted it.
Does go with fold. Good fold, good lay down, very easy to just flick in that 280 there, getting that price with the pocket 8s, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush as well. Makes a good disciplined lay down there, and 9 of clubs on the turn. Both players with the club here. And Nick looks like just going to set Eddie all in, and Eddie not going to be folding. Goes with the snap call, and it's a cash game.
Yep.
And we're on a live stream, so cards going to have to be shown.
Well, he's showing. You show me, and I'll show you. Do I have to show? Says Eddie. He says, do I have to show? First time on a TV table. Sometimes I maybe just leave them down. I'm not too sure about the cash. If players don't want to show, we can see the cards, obviously, with the boxes. Oh, Nick, just nicked it. Oh,
Barry on the river, and Nick up to 5.8k. Unfortunately for Eddie, made the correct call.
yeah.
Couldn't find the hole, just the one time.
Wow. Eddie. Reload, Eddie. Here's Geeks. The old YS. Is it Newcastle he's from? Or lives around there?
Somewhere up north, I believe.
Yeah. The Geeks YS. Evening, Johnny Brown. Carl Davis out, fellas. Seeing your faces here again. Goliath only seems like last week. Hope you're well. Nice running the PLOJ. Spotted you made it through day 1. How did you get on after that?
I didn't win. That's the main thing.
No.
I did not win.
FT, didn't you?
Yes. Six. I was actually like, I think I played immaculately all day.
Yeah.
Day 1, all day, day 2. And then there was one spot on the FT where I've got the second nuts on the river and I'm getting 5-1 in a call. and I had two of the queen blockers in my hand, and if I'm playing against like some wizard, I'm always going to call that will find the bluffs. But I was against a senior over the age of 50. I should just fold. He's never got a bluff there. Forget about the price, forget about the blockers. This guy's never got a bluff. And I still flicked it in. And I was a bit annoyed at myself, to be honest with you. I would have left myself short. I would have had like 300k, but I could have left myself with that 300k, which was still like 12 big blinds at the time and potentially spun. But I sort of think something I speak about a lot on stream, just knowing your opponent, if it's someone that's not going to find a bluff or isn't going to have a bluff in that given spot, whether you got the second nuts, third nuts, fourth nuts, if you haven't got the nuts, you just got to fold. And I was getting 5-1 on the call. Price was just so good. If I call and I'm right, I'm second in chips and off we go. But unfortunately, that's, in my opinion, the only mistake I made all tournament, and it was a costly one because after that we were out in 6th. But we go again.
Unlucky. It's us old ones, you see, we don't bluff.
That's literally it. Like if I was playing against, like, if it was someone in the pot that I know plays the game a lot, that will find the right bluffs, would bluff like aces there with a flush draw that picked up on the turn, then I'm going to call off with my hand getting that price. I only need to be right small percentage of the time. But against someone not being ageist but over the age of 50 on a final table that just wants to snap, pot it, all in on the river, he's just always got the nuts regardless if I got two blockers or not. And I was a bit annoyed at myself at that one, but we live and we learn. Recognise the mistake, a costly one, but we go again next time.
Did you play both?
No, just the one. One bullet, one cash this week for me. So,
didn't know whether you're playing the other PLO or nay. Well, I think the maestro himself has sorted out the table sound. Thanks to Paul for his efforts yet again. What would we do with Ian?
You're going to show a deuce. Is he going to show a deuce? He wants to show a deuce. You can see it in his eyes.
Show the deuce.
Yeah, goes for the check raise with the deuces on Jack 5-5. Let's get keys. Two overs.
So welcome one and all in London. This is the schedule for the rest of the week as well. We're there on Wednesday. We've got the mini going on in the background. I know Steve Warburton was on the final table, but unfortunately bust out. I think he was 9th. We'll give you that result. You'll see people in the background as well. Thursday, if you want to get involved, main event starts. It's a high roller day 2, where you can buy in for 2 levels at the beginning of the day. Cash out Starlight for the main event. On Friday, it's just main event day. Day 1 beat and day 1 C, the turbo. The Cup is on Saturday as a side event starting at 2:30 and finishes on Sunday. And then Sunday also the seniors and a 4-5-6 PLO bounty with a big blind ante. Big blind ante in the PLO. Is that standard?
It is in Vegas. We didn't play big blind ante in the 1K the other day,
Right, okay.
I don't know, I just guess it's down to what's on the schedule.
Yeah.
All the WSOP events.
I think that's time-wise as well, being one of the last tournaments
maybe,
of the festival.
Obviously it's going to be a lot quicker.
Yeah.
With the big blind ante and PLO. Back to the action here, because we got a 4-bet from Ewan, making it 2-2-5 with the jacks. Ace high, neither player going to like that board. In terms of range, could still see small c-bet here from Ewan. What you expect on the A6-4 rainbow as the 4-bet up. There's lots of bets, very small size. We're going to go tiny here, goes for 75. So 15% on the flop. Quick call from Eddie with the 8s. And we'd like to see that Ewan. He's pairing on the turn, making it less likely. Wow, and Eddie goes for the shove. Just under pot size here, 615 on the ace-ace, 4-6 a rainbow. Would he snap jam once the ace rolls off tower? That's the question Ewan's got to ask himself here. If Eddie did have an ace-x hand, is he really going to just choose to move in here once this ace pairs? And it's not a nice spot, 2-1 on the call. Problem is, when we call and we're wrong, we are just drawing to that 5% equity of our 2 outs.
Is he thinking about queens or kings?
I don't know. He'll never be thinking about
Will
kings
it be
or
a
queens.
5-bet?
Probably for Eddie Tower. I think Ewan's just worried about the ace-x, and wow, Eddie gets the better hand to fold with the pocket 8s there. Ewan gives him credit for the ace, makes the assumption that Eddie will elect a donk turn once making trips.
Evening Tony, watching on YouTube. Tony Pierce. This is a 5-5-10 cash game. All the way through until 1:30 in the morning. In the background on the outer table there, that is the final table of the mini. Matt Davenport, Brandon
Andy
Shields.
chip shop?
It is.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Andy Christopher. Is that Victor? Victor Lukin's in the building as well, just walked down left hand side. So he must be playing the turbo. I want to say hello to Victor at some point. He is the superstar. Victor.
We've got some action here. Ken with the kings, Eddie with the 10s, and goes for a meaty 3-bet. And this is a lovely sight to see as Ken, like, wants an opponent, a recreational 3-bets to this size, near 5x. They've just got a hand that they're never going to fold here, so we just want to put money in the pot. And Ken goes for the lot, and Eddie does just snap it off with the 10s.
Yep.
Fair enough. Might have gone for 4-bet, not all in there, but does get the action from Eddie with the 10s.
What is that? All right. So Kings, Eddie, active Eddie. Oi, there it is.
There's a 10. Oh, just quads for
Quadzillas, baby. There we go.
And just the one time.
He gets it back. Brad's watching from his hot tub. How are we doing, Brad? Packed up the chefing, so it's just Brad now.
Just Brad?
Yeah, nothing else. And he's in his hot tub. Must be nice.
My hot tub daily.
How many of these are full-time players, says John Cuff, watching on Facebook?
I know Ewan is, I know Nick is. I'm not
Geeks.
sure about the rest of them.
I think Geeks
Is Geeks not like a music producer or something? Like, is he not like...
Is he?
He's just like, I remember when he was Goliath, final tabled it last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I think we've done a bit of research. I'm sure he's something to do with like produces music or something like that. I could be wrong.
I know he does play a lot of cash though in Newcastle.
Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but just my memory from when he was on the final table of Goliath in 2022. It was something to do with the old music.
Product says, I'm watching the live stream, eating tuna, mashed potato and green beans. Can you rate my dinner?
0. Anything with tuna gets a big fat 0.
That is some mixture. Tuna, it has to be a tuna steak and not a tin of tuna for a start. But tuna and mash, no. That's got to be a. I like all three, but that's definitely got to be a 2 out of 10.
So button open from Ewan. Bit on the loose side, Jack 4 off, getting in the mix. Does outflop Ken in form of bottom pair. Going to check this one behind on 10, 7, 4. Got ace of clubs on the turn here. And like in terms of range, expect the lacy bet high frequency on this turn card as Ewan. Looks like that's what we're going to see. No, goes for the check. In the hunt for showdown with his bottom pair. Just going to be check once more. And the 4 going to be good for you, and I don't think he wants to show this one. There we go. Lets the table know he's opening the Jack 4 off in the free blind coup.
There you go. It can't be a tin of tuna. It can't be a tin of tuna with mashed potatoes ever. There's something. It must be the only 3 things left in your larder. It can't be anything else. It can't be. It must be shopping day tomorrow. Is it Friday tomorrow? Is it Big Shop Friday tomorrow? Oh man. Say again. Oh dear. Tuna steak niçoise is great. I suppose it is. What's the rake on this table? I think it's same isn't it? 5% capped at 10, something like that. Yeah.
Tenner.
Is it 5%? I think it's 5% capped at 10.
It'll be 5%. Whether it's capped at 10 or 15, I'm not sure. I think the 5-5-10 is 10, and then when it goes to 10, 25, it does become 10, 15. A6 here for you in here. Opens to 50. So, Eddie limps from gun with the Jack 4 suited. Ken's in with a 10-9 of diamonds. 3 ways to this one.
Ken flops best. Second pair, flush draw. Checked all the way around. Brick 2 of clubs turn.
Yeah, Ken going to start leading. I don't mind either or here with our second pair, diamond draw. It doesn't need too much protection against hands we are in front of. Not going to fold out better. I think could have been a plausible check candidate as Ken, but maybe with Eddie in the pot, we do want to just start betting, knowing we're going to get value from some ace highs, some deuce X and 4X as he has on this occasion. King on the river.
There's gamers in the turbo, you have big blind, or 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 big blind, and 1, 2, 2.
Yeah, I really like this from Ken though, against this particular opponent. Makes the assumption that he's never got a king here, Eddie, after checking flop, and can get some value as Eddie limp called from some potential like 5, 6s, 3s, 4X, deuce X, maybe some ace highs that are non-believers. And does get paid off with the 10 there, nicely done from Ken.
Is the new mini price continue and the midi a new regular on the tour? No, most will not have a midi. I think it's basically because it's London that the midi is in place. What's the new price mini? How much was the mini this week? 340 was it?
It's always at the Vic,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's just because it's the Vic here in London. That's all it is. The price range does change from London to other places around the country. But we'll have the schedule this week for the next legs, and we'll show you what's coming up later in the year.
Losing take for Will.
And the 10th.
I've not seen the Luton schedule, Ryan, I must admit. Coming up in the near future, this is exactly what's coming up. We have the Vic, as you can see right at the top, that's where we are now. And
2 weeks I'm back at Luton. I didn't even realise.
There you go, 14th till the 24th of September. We are in Luton, then we're in Leeds, then we're in Coventry. Strap yourselves into your chairs, you've got 3 live streams in a month.
Literally, next 9 weeks now, we are bombed out 4 events, Luton, Leeds, and then the big one in Coventry.
Yeah, the 888 in Coventry, that's going to be there. There's plenty going on regarding the deep sacks in the 2550s as well. Notice that there's no 2525s anymore. They're all 2550s, 50,000 guarantee in every tournament. Interesting to see Leicester's got a 50,000 guarantee in Leicester. I've never been to Leicester, ever.
I went there last year for
Never
the,
been.
for the 25-25.
I've not been to a football match in Leicester. I've not been to. I've not drove through Leicester. I've not been to the casino. I've never ever been to Leicester.
Big casino.
Is
in
it worth
Leicester.
going?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
How far is it from Blackpool to our?
Oh, it's got to be 250 miles.
I'd probably give it a miss.
Okay.
I'd probably give it a miss. If it was 50 mile, 200 mile. 2 pair on turn for Eddie after flop goes check check. Fires in 100 chip. Takes it down.
Got to be a 2.5 hour journey, 3 hour journey to Leicester from Blackpool, I reckon. It won't be 250 miles, obviously that's South London from Blackpool. But you ain't missing out at Leicester, says Product. So there is plenty coming up for the remainder of the year, wherever you want to play, wherever you fancy a game. Eddie will and Georgius going to see a flop. Jack 6-8.
Yeah, slight bit of action. Top 2 for Georgius. Up and down for Will. Backdoor flush draw. Not much going on for Eddie, but you should expect to see bet always here as Georgius with his hand. Want to get some money in the pot. Plenty to get called by out there. Fairly wet texture. That option is taken away for him because Eddie goes for the lead for 50 with King 9 off. No flop.
In the UK? Yeah, on the Isle of Wight. I just thought it would be cold.
250 or 225?
Training course I had to do.
225.
Yeah, now what to do with Georgius here? Do we play flat, keep our range wide, or do we want to elect to 3-bet this flop versus the big blind that Razor will or straddle? It's a tricky one here, Tower, how to proceed, what's in the pot. I might choose the flat here just because of Eddie behind and he's capable of just sending it in with a jack. So if I'm Georgius for that reason, I'd like to see call when he does elect to just call here. I think this is nice from him. I think when we 3-bet, we just condense our range to a few amount of hold-ins and not really ever have a bluff unless it's something like 10-9 of clubs.
Brings the club. 9 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, expect Will to play check now. Once Georgius cold calls, we pick up some showdown, but we don't really go in front of much of the cold caller's range. Like Georgius isn't going to cold call ace king, he's not going to cold call ace queen. So although we pick up showdown, there's not really much that we're beating here now with the 10-9. Maybe 9-7 suited, that's about it. 3 of hearts on the river. Going to be check from Will, value bet from Georgius. And Will should have a pretty easy fold tower. Yes, we got second pair and turns gone check check, but we'll need to recognise that Georgius is cold calling range on the flop. Once this 9 of clubs rolls off, there's nothing that we beat now. Maybe 9-7 suited, but that's going to check back for showdown. The club draws get there, the sets and the 2 pairs are already behind. Queens for aces are going to have a comfortable value bet, once check 2 twice. So it should just be bet fold. See what size Georgius goes for. Goes for 300, maybe targeting a jack specifically. And I think this is a bog standard fold here for Will. Yes, we got second pair. Yes, turns gone check check, but just thinking about it from a hand reading perspective, that cold call on the flop may have some club draws in there, but now we never beat the clubs with the 9 of clubs on the turn. So does let it go. Good fold from him.
Indeed. Good fold. Tower, did you have a nice rest after Goliath as products? Yeah, a couple of days, we're back at it.
Yeah.
It was all good. A couple of days, we're back on the course.
I've just found out we've got 4 stints in 9 weeks as well.
Good lad. You check the schedule as much as anybody else, then, do you? Owen Dodd says, Jay, rumour has it you've still got cramp.
No.
Uh-oh.
Don't. So we've
come on.
This is story time.
Come on.
This is.
Come on, kid.
I actually can't remember it until the next morning when my mate Boovy showed me the video. But we've gone out on the night out.
Where?
We started off at a piano bar.
Vegas.
Vegas. Yeah, this is Vegas. Anyway, it's light outside. It was light on the video. It's 5-6 in the morning. We've had a few too many. We're driving back in the cab. I've got cramp in my leg in the cab. It's me, Kev Allen, and my mate, you know, Boovy. Me, Kev Allen, and Boovy. So I'm sat here, Kev Allen's in the middle, Boovy's here.
That's it, put the small one in the middle.
I've got cramp, and the cramp's so bad, I've had too much to drink. I've just opened the cab door, fallen out of it on the road, on the main road in Vegas, and apparently a truck's just gone past my head as well. I'm lying there in the road, getting Kev Allen, I'm like, hold my leg up, out the cab like this. I'm lying there with my leg up in the cab, yeah, like a footballer. I'm like, but it was stupid. We were drinking, it was like 5-6 in the morning coming back from Vegas. I just got ridiculous cramp in my leg, and I needed to get out of the cab. I'd had too much, I weren't really thinking, and I'm lying in the middle of the road on the strip, just there with my leg up in the air. Kev Allen's like that, my mate Jamie's recording it, and the kramp's gone though. The cramp was gone.
The cramp went, no, nearly did what was the lorry driver thinking?
But the funniest thing, Kev Allen on the video, I didn't realise at the time that Jamie showed me the video, and Kev Allen on the video, after I get back in the cab, Kev Allen goes to the cab driver, he goes, don't worry mate, we'll tip you an extra couple of dollars. Couple of dollars. But that was the story. I can't really explain it too well because I was a bit out of the game that night. It was, I think, the second from last night before we went home, but yeah, I got cramp in the back of a taxi. I couldn't move, so I just decided to jump out of the moving car and lie on the road and.
You're like Darren Anderson laid on the pitch. Yeah. Cramp.
Yeah, and that was it. That was the. But I can't recall the story too well because of the alcohol. I can just recall the video. King Queen for Georgius. Gonna take that one down. Yeah, it was good. It was good, Ian. It was a good old night. We had a proper good crowd that night as well. Real good bunch of us. Good.
Love it.
But you know that feeling, you must have had cramp before, when you physically
Not
can't
enough
move.
to get out of the car while it's moving, to be fair. How do you get cramp sat up?
I don't know, it just happened.
Where
It
did
just
you get it?
happened.
Under your thigh? Back of your thigh?
Somewhere, apparently. Honestly, it was only the next morning. When I got showed the video. You wake up the next day, oh, that must have been a good night, and then your mate's gone, you never guess what happened last night. Watch this.
Lewis Johnson said, what's your Chinese order? Chinese order? Oh, well, it has to be everything. I do like the fillet steak Cantonese style with ginger and spring onions.
Sounds nice.
That's lovely. That's nice. Usually with soft noodles, not rice. Not really a big rice fan, to be fair.
4-5 suited for Will. Chooses to open this one up, and Ewan goes for the free bet here with the Queen 10 off.
Seven, 5 deuce. Pair and a flush draw for Will in seat number 2.
Yeah, backdoor straight as well. Everything going on here for Will. Not much for Ewan. Prefer to have a heart in our hand here. I think we're going to see bet. Does go for the check behind. I think this is just going to be a give up.
Oh. Not going to get paid off Ewan, but trip 5's on the turn for Will.
I might even go for check here again to how I like did once it's 5 pairs, 3 bet pot. I think Ewan's going to have a lot of delayed C bets here, like with his ace king, ace queen, all this type of stuff, and even some perhaps over pairs with a heart that might want to elect to play slow. Very small frequency, but does just go for lead. Might have gone for check there, just because I think that 5, once it pairs, is going to be a card that Ewan will have a lot of delay continues on. Goes for lead, Ewan out the way with queen high. Looks like they're down to 5 in the mini. See Matt Davenport still there, Ravi's still there, Andy Christophero's still there. What happens with Matt? Because I looked at the National League the other day and he's like top 15 now, Matt, after his win in Coventry. Can he win another package? Yeah? Okay.
Win more.
To the flop here, not a single player with a club. Eddie does have top pair, so should be hand done. Expect this just to go bet, fold, fold, fold.
Chris is watching in Blackpool. Has PK stopped being a chickie? Yes. It was good. It was a good day out. The NFL draft for the lads. Always a cracking turnout for the lads. And he had a forfeit, so he got the old chicken suit on, walking down Blackpool Town with a chicken head on and with the feet. Pass me that. Talking of that, Chrissy, that's what PK looked like.
He don't even look real. It looks like he's been photoshopped.
Them legs are real, by the way. Them legs are real. Oh, brilliant. It was a class day. Apart from, we normally do crazy golf.
Yeah.
The old putting.
Yeah.
The old putting. So we normally do the crazy golf as points for the draft league.
Yeah.
So we gets there. It's not being booked because nothing's being booked because Mike is in charge.
Yeah.
Okay. Enough said.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So we get there, we're thinking, it was £6 last year. We thought £6, having a bit of crazy gold, crazy putting and all that malarkey. £15. £15. 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
Well, absolutely. What? It was £15. Not a chance. We parting with 50. That's £3 to start a prom. We're not parting with that much.
So what did you do instead?
We walked past it. Pitch and toss, I think, wasn't it? Something like that. We played poker in the G. It was a good night. We have a good lad. We had a good laugh about it. And I picked a great team again. I can't see myself not winning it again this year. Evening, Dino. Dino, Rob, watching.
So Ewan goes for the stab here with the A6. One's check 2. Dummy end gut shot gets called by Eddie. Ace of hearts on the turn. If I'm Ewan here, we can see it's probably going to work, but against this opponent I might just elect to give up. Oh, there we go, Eddie just snap calls with the queen high anyway. I just think sometimes the player in question is going to factor in on our decisions whether to double barrel someone that's calling way too much of their range. Maybe we need to slow down, slam the brakes on. Well, 3 of hearts, so we've actually got a river we can win this pot on now as Ewan if he does want to go for it. And Eddie hasn't insta-checked. Might be thinking about going for the bluff himself here once the 4-liner to a flush does complete. And a glance at the chips. And he is going to go for it. Just a quick fold from Ewan. Eddie gets it through with the Queen Jack. Well played, sir. Was the best hand, unbeknown to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Looking forward to seeing it.
So cash game going on through until 1:30 in the morning. Bringing what's happening for the rest of the year, what's happening in London. We'll get Luton this week as well, later on in the week, for the next GUKPT.
In
mid-September.
That'll
That'll be coming soon. Got plenty going on, especially in the next month or so. Very busy. Up till mid-October. So Geese with the Ace King, Georgius in the same hand. That looks like a race. $5.25. No, or $3.35. 2, 3. Those hundreds do look a lot like fives. If that's only $3.35. So just a call. There you go, 3.35 in. Jack high flop, 10 Jack 8. How's this panning out? George's checks, I'm expecting Geese to come out with a bet. No, George's leading this time. That's 4. Well, 305, apologies. They do look very similar, the hundreds and the £5. I suppose they don't when you're sat at the table, from a distance on the table. Georgia's taking the pot. It's not allowed for someone to stand behind a player. Yeah, you don't mind if it's not for too long. But obviously just chatting in general chit chat. Tim Chunk sat behind Ewan McNicholas, so they're just general chit chat. Wouldn't expect him to be there for an hour. Certainly won't be looking down at his cards. So yeah, it's alright whether I'm just having a chit chat. Talking of chit chat, saw him in Coventry. Working every day for his old chat. How are we doing, Dan? Where are you? We need you, Dan. Where are you? Off to Barcelona tomorrow. Good luck playing the EPT. GUKPT from Liverpool came 4th in the PLO and the 8 game or something. What's an 8 game? Is it lots of games?
Oh, 8 games, yeah.
Well,
8 different games, 8 different variants.
GUKPT came 4th from Liverpool this earlier today.
Raz stud high low, Omaha 8, limit Omaha. I think it's deuce to 7 single draw, limit hold'em, no limit hold'em.
Tell you what, you need the dealers to be on point. Don't
Yeah,
you?
exactly. Yeah. Do you know what, Tal? Like in the mixed games in Vegas, all the dealers are top notch. Literally in the mixed game tournaments when you go Vegas, all the dealers are top notch. They know what they're up to, and I think the best place to go to play mixed games actually is in Vegas because of the quality of the dealers out there for that variant. Hey then, Dan, off to Barcelona tomorrow. Enjoy, mate. Wish I was out there. I haven't been Barcelona since 2016. I think was the last time I was out there.
Was that playing and watching football?
No, I went for EPT 2016. Yeah.
Always a decent stop on the EPT circuit is Barcelona. 35 degrees every day. Glorious sunshine. Yeah.
Good fold from Eddie there. Very easy to get attached to the 10s with 2 jacks out there. Most likely Ken does have a jack X hold in, but makes a disciplined lay down. Good fold from Eddie. Looks like they're down to 4 on the mini.
Live stream till 1:30. And then back tomorrow at 1 PM for the High Roller Day 2.
I like it. Starts early on the Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah. The mini's in the background. Not doing the mini today, just the cash on the Wednesday. Andy Christopher still in with Matt Davenport. Teddy Johnson. Hiya Tower, hope you're well. Still got your beer tokens from the MGM Vegas. Oh, that was some Saturday afternoon. If you want to watch anybody punt on anything in a sports book in Vegas, just go and sit with Terry. At one point there was this fly racing round against a mosquito and he had a bet on which one was going to hit the wall first.
Did he win?
Good to see you, Terry.
Is he one of the under 18s Fiji League at 5 in the morning?
Absolutely. But the weird thing is the more you punt, all of a sudden you get a beer token on it. But they're only credited to a Saturday.
Yeah.
But there was no date on them, so you could obviously use them on a Saturday.
Yeah.
He ended up with about 40. He couldn't drink enough of anything to spend them. Yeah, that was a good couple of hours watching that. I must admit the Jamesons and Gingers weren't very short measures either. They know how to pour it in. Good to see you, Terry. Hope to see you soon. Blackpool's on the horizon later in the year.
So he gets the bluff through.
I've been not too sure in Newcastle. They've got Newcastle have got a deep stack the first weekend in November. If you fancy playing that. They've also got Stockton. Stockton's got a deep stack the 7th till the 11th of December as well. That's up north. We're in Luton next. We'll have the schedule for that later in the week. Then Leeds and then the 888 in Coventry. Looking forward to doing that. Seeing Eden and all the team. There's plenty going on.
Are we streaming just the main event for that, or are we doing the whole festival? Do we know?
I have no idea. Let's do the lot. Let's do the lot. I don't know. We'll let you know. When we know, you'll know. There's plenty going on. You're on a 25-50. Leeds, Edinburgh, Reading, Blackpool and Birmingham next couple of weeks time. But we're here in London. Aye. It's the PLO specialist, Mr. Gary McGaffney. Surprised you're in England.
We started at 6:30 on the stream. 6 o'clock live, 6:30 on the stream.
You couldn't find us, were you?
We're the same place we always are.
YouTube, Facebook and Twitch. All good, how are you?
Been working up here, so I thought
Yeah, you find us on YouTube, GUKPT, Twitch, GUKPT and Facebook.
Just a cash game,
Good
5-5-10. Yep.
The cat's in the building. Piano Cat, good evening. Hope things are good.
How are we doing, Cat? $10-9 off for Steve, going to open from calf. Eddie is in from the button with the King 10.
Mr. Victor Ilyukin, how are you? You okay? Are you winning? You better be.
He never says anything, Victor. When you talk, he just like...
He nods. Big nod of the head. a big smile.
Never says anything, just
Never
smiles.
says a word
just
and just smiles at you. Second in a GUKPT about 7 or 8 years ago now, Victor. King, king, queen, flop for Eddie. Four left in the mini, as you can see in the background. 10,425 for fourth. The winner, 39,250 plus the trophy and the MPL points. That's a chunk.
Speaking of MPL,
40,000, nearly 40,000 pounds up top. Oi, oi.
and that is updated as of the super high roller, which was 2 days ago, Tower. So
No
that
way.
is as updated as it comes.
Hey, I tell you, yeah, and I can read it. I can actually see the names and the numbers this time.
Yep.
I like it. Cal, still nearly 100 points in front of Robbie Bull. Arian Kashani, he's the man to watch. Playing well. Got a nice results this week, did Arian.
Bousey always there. Brandon, who was on the final table in the mini, so probably gonna go close to Rob.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if John McCann's not in Barcelona. Brandon Shields on the final. Macapac, he'll be here this week. Look at Alex Todd.
Yeah,
Only played one event.
one event. That's all you need.
One event. He must have played something else. What was Goliath? 110 points or something like that? For winning Goliath? It was a lot. It was pretty big. 10,000. What were we? 11,493.
Over 11,000.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact number. But lots and lots of points. Put it that way.
Definitely over 100.
Up 678 places for one event.
We were like the old top 40.
Yeah.
Up 33 from last week's number 40 to this week's number 7.
Well, saying that, Ravi won the midi. He could potentially win the mini.
Yeah.
He might shoot up there as well.
And is that Ravi who's still in and
Yep.
who won the midi?
Yep.
And Cash Big in Vegas?
Yep. It was WSOP, wasn't it?
World Series?
The 3K that was at London.
Oh, the one in
Yeah.
right, okay, the one in London.
I'm pretty sure he ran deep in
Wow.
that. Semi-deep. He might have also cashed big in Vegas.
Wow, wow, wow. Fancy winning the midi and the main. The midi and the mini in the same week. You got 140,000 for third. Cheers, Ben. He has had some couple of months.
That's a good result. That was a really, really tough field as well, Tara. The day 3 for that event was just incredibly tough, like ridiculous. I think like 135 come back for day 3 of that one, and it was stacked to the top, I tell you that.
2000, 2050, 1000, 2000, 2050, please be today.
Any comps on today, says Tarandeep. Well, today in the Vic, the high roller day 1 is on. That started with 58. The turbo is on. That had 110. The minute, as you can see, is down to 4, and the cash out starlight is starting in about 5 minutes live in the room. So plenty going on today.
Queen 9 suited for Eddie, going to go with limp. Looks like Nick going to ISO here from the small blind, bumps it up with the kings, as he should. And back over to Eddie, who's not going to be folding the Queen 9 suited with position, can assure you of that. So heads up to the flop.
Nick Marsington with the kings. Steady Eddie.
Oh wow.
Look at that for a flop. Pick your own flops. Oh, imagine the king of diamonds.
So it continues for half here, Nick. I think versus Eddie, we are just happy to go bet, bet, bet on most run-outs here. Yeah, 4 clubs on the turn. And 2.1 in Eddie's stack here, Tower should be thinking about trying to get all the chips in by the river. If we go like 500 here, I'm going to leave a pot-sized jam back for river. So 500-600, what I'd like to see here from Nick, just working with that SPR on the river of pot size or less, but it's going to go even more chunky. Looks like 750. So it goes to the 125% on the turn. Eddie not going to be going anywhere with his up and down and flush draw. He's counting out calling chips. There is the call. King of spades is the dirty one. I don't even think a diamond will save Nick now with this SPR of 2/3. I think it's just always going to be... Oh, King Queen does complete, which we do obviously block, but Ace of Hearts on the river here. Ace X of Diamonds getting there for the nut flush draw. Most rivers we are going to be sending is Nick, but this is a kind of tricky one. Simply because as well, not necessarily because Eddie's going to have a lot of Ace X. It's very difficult to get called by a Jack now. This Queen Jack, Jack 9 suited, King Jack, which we block, really going to pay off our river bet after this ace rolls off on the river. So it's not necessarily the fact that Eddie can have a whole host of Ace X here. It's more the fact of the matter is a Jack really calling now and does go for 20%. For that reason, I think targeting specifically Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 9, Jack 8 suited, these type of holdings. The Queen 9 of Diamonds just going to have to get out of the way.
Truly says, you didn't have an ace.
You ask to see someone?
They want to change, but
Play 10-25. Everybody except okay, gents. What about 10-25 hold then? Who's okay? I'm going one by one, so where you want me to start? I don't mind. You don't mind. What about you, sir?
So there's plenty going on, playing for nearly £40,000 in the background. We'll see who wins it, I am sure, while the stream is on.
I'm gonna find you don't lower than you wish. You are the only one objection. You are the only one objection. Up to you guys.
What's happening?
How can you say no one wanted you? Yes. Up to you, sir. I'm gonna try to find a way to sweep you.
Asking for an increase in the blinds, says Alex.
Registration is open for 6 levels. Once again, it'll be 6 30-minute levels for the late entry and re-entry. We have done short for the deal balance. One begins in seat number 3. So dealers, please ensure your balances are placed.
Seat 7 sat down on the stream game, and I think because it's a 5-5 game in the club, they're saying it has to be offered to every other player on the who's on the list. But it's a live stream game. A lot of people don't want to see the live stream game.
Yeah, I think in
Is that what it is? The 10, making them 10.25. I see.
I don't know why they'd make it 10.25 to just
Me neither.
tell everyone
Leave
to
it as it
straddle.
is.
Just tell everyone we've got a mandatory straddle on. Keep it as 5.10. Rake stays at a tenner. Move it to 10.25. It suddenly becomes £15. So just say to the table, right, we've got mandatory straddle. Everyone put the 25 on. Let's go. I think that's the best way to do it. You usually always get that one or two though that don't want to straddle.
Yeah.
Can cause a bit of fuss.
Okay. Yeah. Alex says, I think they're just asking to increase the blinds. I missed that a little bit. Thank you very much for the information. But at the moment it is 5-5.
Suited for Nick. A very good start for him. I think he's up like 7k tower. I think he started with 3.5k Nick, so very good day for him so far. We're only an hour and a half into this stream. £20 third pot on a 6-4, and he makes the call with his pair of sixes. 10 of spades on the turn. Definitely a candidate that we could think about double barreling on here as Nick. 9 high, bottom of range, can fold out better hands, put a lot of pressure on the 6x, the 4x, some sort of floats that Eddie could have. Eddie with the quick call with the king 6, non-believer here. I think on a non-heart river as well we could see the triple here from Nick. However, this is just going to be a give up. Ace of hearts, flush is complete, ace x never folding now, and Nick just aware of that, thus showing the 9 high for the 9-7, and Eddie going to be good with the king 6.
And 6 will do it for Eddie in C number 1.
What about you, Tower, after Goliath? You've been up to much? You got out on the course much?
No, it's rained forever.
Rain forever.
As in, like, it was the wettest place in the entire world. It was the northwest. It was awful. Wet, wet, wet. As they say, managed to play 3 times last week.
Not much. Managed to play 3 times last week. Some people are lucky to get out on the course once.
Wednesday, played yesterday, played Monday. Yeah, you know what it's like. Got to get your steps in.
Yeah.
Got to get your steps in.
Some people would dream of getting out 3 times a week on the golf course.
Well, come up to the old link. Come and have a game.
Jack 9 suited for Ewan. Opening from under the gun, making it 30. Eddie with the Queen 9 in from the big blind, and Will with the 8s defending in the straddle. Sorry, in the third blind, 5, 5, 10.
King out flop, King Queen 3.
And one expect Ewan to be continuing here, fairly high frequency, King high. Strongest range on this board. Backdoor diamonds and equity to that second nut shot. Jack 9 does see bet. Quick call from Eddie, Will out the way with the 8s. 2 overcards. To the turn, which is the 2 of clubs. And like another good spot to potentially double barrel for Ewan, but I just think the opponent in question, this is where we just want to have value versus Eddie. Already seen that he likes to call 2 streaks, flop and turn, so better to just wave the white flag, take our equity to the river with position. And now just going to be folding into this 100 lead. Eddie takes that one with the Queen 9, bit of momentum going his way.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, you think Goliath was only finished 2 weeks, but only finished 2 weeks and 2 days ago.
Yeah.
That was it. Monday morning, sweep of the room, didn't leave anything behind. And away we went.
I don't think I left anything behind. Wish I left the cat behind.
Can't believe on your breaks you had to go and make sure the cat had got enough water and a bit of food and make sure it's alright.
The worst thing is I couldn't even take pictures, like 6 pictures in the morning, and just go send them to the missus because she'd noticed the lighting was different and what time of day it was. Back at the Rico Arena for 888 in a couple of months. That's going to be a biggie. As Ken looks down at delicious sight, pocket aces with the straddle on, makes it 75. Steve with the ladies on the button, and with the 25 straddle on, 80 effective, just over. Hijack versus button. I think this is just always going to be going in pre. Don't think we're ever trapping here. It's Ken out of position. Probably just want to make this like 550, something like that. Goes chunky. Second time seen a fairly hefty 4-bet size. Goes for 800. I just think anything more than 3x out of position as the 4-better is slightly too large. But either way it's going to work out because our opponent's got queens. I guess if we're against an opponent that we know never 3-bet folds, we can just go for a bigger sizing perhaps. But this is just the cooler part of the game, and Ken on the right side of it on this occasion. Steve down to just the 1 out as there is a queen in the muck. And are they going once or are they going twice?
How many times shall we run it? King 8-3.
Yeah, no runners at all. It's going to need the case queen on turn or river. Just the one time.
Just the once. Brian says, any way to see the structure of the 2K high roller, considering registering tomorrow for the first 2 levels? If you've got the Poker Live app, it is on there, Brian. Chateau Briand's one of the nicest meals you can ever have.
Yeah. A lot of restaurants you got to give them notice, haven't you, before?
Have you?
Yeah, you got to give them notice.
You need the Poker Live app, and it's on there, the structure. If you've not got it, why not? But it's on there. You go to the Poker Live app, click on the Vic, click on tournaments, click on the high roller, and it'll scroll across and tell you there's 61 in the mix, and the structure is on there. If you scroll along, all information on the app.
That's big for a day one, 61, considering we usually get 30% increase for the day 2.
Yeah. Is the bad beat jackpot active in this game?
Yep.
Yep, it is. It went the other day.
Yeah, it did.
Straight flush against quads. In here. In here it went. Quad 9s against a straight flush. It went. Good luck if you're playing online as well. All the events that are online, if you're playing any events online, the series is still going on. Is it Katie's game tonight and Jamie's game? Or Jamie got married as well.
Yeah.
Jamie got married. Ellie's not Jamie Nixon's bird anymore, as she likes to call herself whenever we chat. Who are you? I'm Ellie, but everybody knows me as Jamie Nixon's bird. That's what she says. He's now Jamie Nixon's wife. So good luck if you are playing online. If you're in Katie's game, started with.
Speaking of which, here she is. How are we doing, Swifty?
Evening, Swifty. How we doing? How was the wedding? Did you get an invite, Jay?
No, I didn't get an invite.
No.
Did you get an invite?
No invite through my door. Anybody else? No? Hope you had a great time. Yeah, hope you had a great time. Looks great. Pictures look fantastic. Katie's game, the MPL leaderboard game going along online if you're playing.
Yeah, and Will goes for the fold with the ace jack there. Small blind versus big blind versus straddle, or third blind. So I'm surprised to see ace jack fold there. Like, it's a different scenario if we open gun or EP and we are met with a squeeze, but range is going to be a lot wider in this given scenario, and Ewan going to come along with the king queen suited. Gets a nice looking flop, top pair, second nut kicker. Going to check this over to Geeks, who expect to see C-bet here, small size. Goes for 225, so just north of 30%. Ewan with a pretty standard call here. King Queen. Maybe a world where we can start raising some of our better top pairs, but I think in this 3-bet pot here we're just supposed to play flat. Keep some bluffs in off Geeks. Six of diamonds on the turn. Oh, ace 8 off here. For Geeks, what is the way to proceed? Just over a pot size bet behind, but just with one overcard to the board. And is going to proceed with jam, and Ewan too high up here in my opinion to be folding the king queen. I just think this is one of the best hands we're going to have in this situation, which isn't a set. It's our best one pair holding. Obviously ace king is a problem.
Need it.
With the king queen.
And Geeks shows the ace 8.
Ten of diamonds on the river. So a big pot for Ewan. I'll tell you what I don't understand. He's only been on the team. He's only been on the team for like, what, 6 months, Ewan? He gets an invite. Tower and I have been here 5 years, 6 years together. Tower's been here 15 years. Unbelievable, Katie. Must be a team pro thing. We've got to get on the team pros to get an invite to the wedding. All jokes aside, it did look like a good day for Jamie and Ellie. Everyone looked like they had a good time. And if Ewan was busting out the dance moves, it must have been a good one. Pocket fours for Eddie. Goes for 110. Just going to be raise and take. He's officially been a sponsored pro for 8 months, Ewan. Last year he was the NPL winner, Ben, so I guess part of the team still. I guess Matt Davenport's part of the team now, so yeah, it does make sense. You've been kept on this year. GUKPT title to his name. Won the first event back after lockdown. How comes there's no stream for the mini final table? We never stream the mini FT. The only time we actually did was in Blackpool last year because the cash lineup, we couldn't get one, unfortunately. It's always a cash game stream on the Wednesday. It's the way we've been doing it for years now. Cash game Wednesday, high roller Thursday, and then main event from Friday through to Sunday. The other thing about the mini FT, it does tend to finish fairly quickly. It's never usually more than 5-6 hours. We are here for the cash game till 1:30 this morning. 5-5-10, optional 25 straddle. It's been quite lively so far. Eddie's been getting in the mix, seen a couple of nice bluffs ran.
There's our dealers in the turbo. After handling progress, you are going to be on a 15 level. Dealers, please chip raise the 100,000 chip.
So unfortunately, no graphics this hand, guys. We see a board of 3-6-5 ace queen, no flush possibilities. And looks around £700-800 in the middle. And there we go. Nick actually with the best of it here with a 3. And Steve gonna go for the bluff here. 275 on the river, 35% with 9 height. Bottom of range, so I guess never a bad thing to have one step. Stab. Blocking 7-4, removal to the nuts, unblocking the hearts, and does get Nick off the best hand, it looks like. This is, well, they were going to go into the muck, but Nick really thinking about calling this one off with bottom pair. We do beat all this King Jack, King 10, all this type of stuff. What Nick's probably thinking as well, he probably expects Ace X to continue barreling turn on this Queen turn, Ace King through like Ace 9. Going to have a comfortable bet on the turn, so maybe that's in his head. But maybe thinking that Queen could also comfortably value bet once turn goes check check and he's check 2 on river. Hand like King Queen, Queen Jack. Does let the bottom pair go. It would have been a tough one to call off. Did have the best hand, but understand the let go there. Just the bottom pair.
Sorry, obviously, you have an 8.
I don't want to get barred on the day. I feel like I'm on my last legs. Then you make a poker do.
Hey, yeah. Back in the ranch. Back in the ranch. Will Davis and Lauren Mooney just turned up. I'm on the way back to Australia tomorrow.
They just diverted in London.
London, they're flying to Dubai tomorrow and then back to Australia. Back into it. So she just nipped in because she's allowed back in the Vic after working. And Will's just doing a bit of shopping. So there we go. Will Davis and Lauren just back. They've been for a couple of weddings in Ireland and then back to Australia, back to work. How come there's no stream in the minute? We always do the cash. Jay's already said that it's cash on the Wednesdays. We know the mini's there. Plus it was started well, we were still setting up as well. So if we could stream more days we would, if they'd let us.
Good luck. Oh, Nick getting after it here. 10-3 suited.
In a march.
Mixes one in with the 10 tray.
So good, missed to see them both. Supposed to meet them in London and go out yesterday, but you're carless currently and only got your replacement car delivered tomorrow. Yeah, Lauren sounded really, really good, and she's off back to Australia tomorrow. They're going flying from Heathrow to Dubai and then Dubai to Australia.
Back-to-back free bets here from Nick. This time a more viable candidate. The Queen Jack off definitely will find its way in. Is Eddie in with the cold call here with the ace deuce off? He is in with the cold call with the ace deuce off.
This is Eddie.
And he's going to get himself in a lot of trouble because we've got Ewan sitting here with bottom set. Free bet coup, ace king 6, things you love to see. And just going to keep his range wide. Alexa's just call here and take a turn.
Well, two pair. Wow, two pair for Eddie. He's not folding anything.
What a life for Ewan here. The only thing I will say that's going to work in Eddie's favour here, Tower, I think Nick's going to check this one back once he... Okay, Eddie's gone for the lead then. Okay, maybe it's not going to work in his favour, but goes for the lead with his two pair. And Ewan makes the call with his set of sixes. And it's just clean as can be.
Yeah.
And this is it. Just going to be all in. And the snap from Ewan. Well, going to go for 400.
Number 4.
Might have gone for jam here with the ace deuces, Eddie.
Yeah.
And Ewan.
Ewan will make it 2k probably.
Just sending him in. I reckon he'll just pick up a chunk of them 1,000 chips and throw them in the middle. Setting Eddie all in, and Eddie's going to have to call this one off. Just a cold deck, this one. And there they go, into the middle. And I can't see how Eddie's ever going to get away from this one, Tower. If he does, it would be some fold, but ace is up. And there's the call. He's going to show him the sixes.
Ace deuce. Bad turn card for Eddie. You don't have to show him, Ed. Into the muck they go.
Cold call in the free bet, just getting us in trouble there.
There we go. Set sixes for Ewan up to 11.6. And does Eddie get himself back in? He's been good entertainment so far. Eddie. Oh, looks like we've lost one.
That's not good for the game, Tower.
No. Eddie did like to play.
It does mean we'll get someone else in. Plenty on the list for this one. New just opening from hijack and flops a combo drop. Flush draw and gutter ball. Ewan just electing to flat the ace queen in the third blind here. Could have definitely bumped this up. I guess we'll have some calls as well. So just going to be a slam dunk continue here from Nick. 7 high, can definitely fold out better holdings. We've got very good equity against any hand that Ewan can have. Just happy to put chips in the pot. Goes for 40 and Ewan with ace queen. Easy call. 6 of spades on the turn. Going to be a lot more favourable for Ewan here. Once his 6 pairs, going to have a hefty amount of 6x defending in the third blind here. That checks it over to Nick, who may fancy a double barrel here just with 7 height. I think nice candidate to do it with here. Going to get the better hand to fold, that's for sure. You're not going to be able to withstand the heat of this double barrel. That's a 120, 90%. I think we're going to have a tough time calling here out of position as Ewan, but senses on the point here with the ace queen. Knows that Nick's an aggressive player and can have a lot of bluffs, and we're on the rep ourselves here with the ace queen. Probably doesn't expect Nick to think that we're going to be this high up, and this is just going to have to be in now for us as Nick.
So Ewan checks with the ace queen. Nick missing it all. We know he can fire in a bet, and it works in most cases.
Yeah, this is very nice indeed. Got the 7 in our hand, very good card to have, so goes for the 1k. Trying to rep the overpair, trying to get hero from a 9, trying to make it look like that, and Ewan with just ace queen. I can't see how he can call here, Tower, but if he does find the hero, it would be some call. We are unblocking clubs. Guess that's one good thing. Now obviously, where is Nick going to build his bluffs from? Clubs on this occasion with a 7, but this 8 of hearts just too good to be checking behind with just 7 high. 10-7 of clubs not a thing, 7-5 of clubs not a thing, so in it goes. Put that 9x in the blender. On this occasion it's just ace high for Ewan.
Right, smile from Ewan and Nicholas.
Can I return you please all players remaining in tonight's turbo? Please start retaking your seats. You have just over 3 minutes remaining on your road. That's all turbo players. Please start retaking.
He really wants to call, and he's certainly thinking about it.
Players and leaders
He's
in the
not just
start line. You have
hanging for time here, is Ewan?
200 big blind ante, 1, 2, 2.
He reckons that Nick's not seeing his hand. Where he looks at it, he doesn't look it. It shows him. Shows him the 3 of clubs. And says, nice hand. It worked. The over bet was good. Jay's just looked out for his salad. Oh no, burger. And we'll be back very soon. He's Jamie Lee on his way. Still 4 in the minute, which is the background table. I know we're not streaming it, but we're on cash today. High roller tomorrow, and then the main event Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Plenty going on online with the series going on as well. Still getting to Katie's game if you fancy a little bit of that. And over the course of the week, myself and Jay were giving away hundreds of pounds in tokens for Grosvenor Poker. Don't forget the closer is on Monday.
Now we'd like to please follow all 4 turbo players. Please retake your seats. You have 30 seconds remaining on your break. That's all turbo players. Please retake your seats.
Turbo's on as well. They've got about 110 runners to turbo.
There's leaders in the turbo, you're on the flying level, 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 big blind empty, 244. Leaders, please begin to list.
Plenty going on this week. We've also got the full schedule for the rest of the year regarding streaming from Cardroom Direct, the CRD team. We'll have information regarding Luton, the 888 series that's coming up in Coventry. Looking forward to that. Eddie's back. He did say to the dealer, I'll be back in 2 minutes, and pulls up 2k. Pretty active. Good to watch. There's our steady Eddie in C1. So good evening one and all. Welcome to London. GUKPT back in action after Goliath. The record breaking Goliath yet again. Amazing as always. What a 10 days that was. I hope you enjoyed the coverage if you weren't down in Coventry. Plenty of people we saw for the first time that have been watching the streams for years and years. Good to have everybody on board. Nice to meet a lot of new faces. It was a cracking 10 days. And the dates have been set for next year already. Eight 9 for Eddie, raising up as you do. It's 45, isn't it? Can't be 45, it could be. So 3-bet to 140. And Eddie says, yeah, I'm calling. Ace 3-3. Certainly it's Eddie as much as he does 3-bet to Will. So just waiting on Eddie in the 8-9, 125 to call. I don't think he's calling. No, he gets rid of the hand. Will take in the chips.
Because I've got a ticket to the Chelsea game on Friday, so we're just going to play as comp if I'm in the sack of the game.
We play tomorrow.
Yeah. No.
So just play day 2.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's Chelsea Luton, so I wouldn't be missing that much. So I was thinking just play on Friday. If I'm doing, I'm doing. If I'm not, okay.
So the thing is though,
So welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen, to the cash stream from the Vic. 5-5-10. We've got Eddie. Has he made it 25? Looks like he has. Then we made it 75. Geese calls. And Geese YS, he calls. Two pair for Eddie, flopping of 4-4 jack. One chip, £100. Six of clubs turn. Just Eddie and Geese in the. Will Davis says, come here, Will. It don't matter, get yourself here. Sit down. former champion. Sit yourself
Oh,
down.
we're in,
30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen from Australia, Mr. Will Davis. How are you?
Very good, how are you?
I've heard you're going to Dubai tomorrow.
We're
And
all
then going
to
back
Dubai.
home.
We're doing some shopping and then we popped in here and then we're going to Dubai. And
Nice.
then back to Sydney.
Amazing. How is it?
I love it there. Last
Yeah.
time I saw you were cashing a tournament in Vegas. You're on the mob now.
It's true.
You're on the end of the mob now.
It is true.
How was your trip?
Yeah, really, really enjoyed it. Actually, one of the best I thought because everybody seemed to be there.
Yeah, it
all
was
the
really
Brits
good.
seemed to be there. Everybody just like seemed to be there all the time. It
It's about
was,
time you were there playing.
I know.
Rather than in the piano bar playing Elvis.
I've got a good air guitar that I can play.
We saw some good Elvis impersonators on the strip. We did think of you.
So what's happening in Australia? You kept it quiet. You said you were going, and then all of a sudden you end up
Disappeared.
working there.
Yeah, so
Because one of the last times we saw you here, you took down a trophy.
that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was a long one. That was like 7, 8 years ago, I think.
Yeah. You
We've
took,
been over there 5.5 years. We run a poker room
Yeah.
in Sydney. We love it.
Yeah.
Nice weather, although it's nice here.
Yeah.
At the moment, but yeah, beautiful weather. Sydney's great. It's like a
Nice people.
warmer version of Sydney. It's good.
Do you think
warm
it-
version of London.
Yeah, it is. It's a little bit mirrored on London. Isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of places. Obviously, you found all the Irish bars as well.
We found a really good place for a Sunday roast.
Have you really?
On the back street, yeah.
Sunday roast.
So we try and keep it as close to home as possible.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
This is Cash.
Oh, the Wednesday night cash.
This is Cash. Katie says she's sorry she missed you because she should have been coming, but she got no car.
So she was supposed to come to a show with us yesterday. We went to the Book of Mormon with Delius, with Louis yesterday. So we went to a show last night.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Katie let us down. Didn't even see her. I didn't see her in Vegas either, actually.
No, and she was there a while.
Yeah, she was.
She was there a long time in Vegas. She was.
There's a few people in Barcelona actually. A couple of people in Barcelona texted me
Yeah.
today that they saw some Australians. So Dean Clay texted me saying that he just took a picture of someone who's from Australia. He said, "Oh, he knows you." So he was like, "Oh, sorry about the time difference." I was like, "Actually, I'm in London, so it's okay."
Yeah, the EPT's on at the minute. That's always busy.
Yeah,
Do you miss playing?
Not really. I played a bit. I went to Vegas, played a little bit.
Yeah.
Did 2 weeks. But yeah, I just enjoy it because I'm still around poker because I run the room.
Yeah.
I don't miss playing that much. I just wait till Vegas every year. Although saying that, there's a WPT main event in Australia coming up, so I'll probably play that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good.
Nice. Did you not cash?
I did
In
win-
Australia?
I did
You went over there and cashed as well.
Not straight away. I did 2 years of losing first.
Oh,
and
right,
then,
okay.
And then I won a WPT event, and hardly played since. But yeah, it's been good. I came down to see Willie Tan actually. That's one of them I hadn't seen him in 5 years.
Good old Willie.
was
Still
like-
doing the rounds,
I
still
know,
in
right?
the building.
I saw him in the PLO list that he was still here. So.
He's only still in the building because they got rid of the dice table.
Is it gone?
There is no craps table in London, unfortunately. So you're heading back tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to Dubai tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
And then
Is it a stopover or are you just...
4 or 5 days.
Oh, that's nice.
We always go, it's such a long flight, so we always, this is the first time we'll break it up and actually do something. We'll either do Singapore or Dubai, and we chose Dubai, even though it's 40 degrees and we're going to burn.
You know, Sydney will be like that in about 3 months' time.
Oh, it's roasting.
That'll get hot again.
Got the aircon on, full blast.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Have the Australians taken to you and Lauren running
Oh,
the
they love us,
car
yeah.
room?
Well, Lauren's very strict compared to the rest of Australia.
Is she
so,
really?
Yeah, so a lot of people try and get away with stuff and they think that she's really over strict, and then they learn over time that she just likes to stick to the rules. So,
Oh, brilliant.
so we've actually had quite a few people that used to deal in the UK or GUKPTs that come and help and work for us. So
Yeah.
we have a lot of that. We fly them over for the series, so it's really
Oh,
nice.
lovely.
So we still keep in touch with them.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Good to have you.
Nice to catch up with you.
It is indeed. It's lovely to see you. Like I say, we saw you in Vegas. I was in the payout. I was in the payout queue. You know what it's like.
I wasn't there. I was only there because I saw you. I don't want to stay there too long or Jay won't have a job when he comes back.
Well,
here tonight?
I think he's just eating his burger and chips.
He did well
We
in
thought it
Vegas.
was. Yes, he had a nice score. He did
yeah.
have a nice score in the 10k PLO.
Secret PLO wizard
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, and got unlucky. I
Yeah,
know.
I
I know.
saw
I know. Aces aren't the only hand in it, but when you lose with them four times out of 4 on day 3.
I saw the last hand he lost to some really, really bad, crappy, not so good hand.
Yeah. It's it just needs to run better at the right
And
times.
he'll be a millionaire.
Well, you might never see him. You might never have to give you a ring.
It's a long flight back from Sydney. You've got to cover the flight charges.
I know it's. He was unlucky. He got unlucky at the wrong time, which is very unfortunate. But Well, enjoy your beer.
Pleasure to see you.
Always a pleasure, champ.
See you soon.
Lovely,
I actually watch
to
from
see.
Australia. I always type in and you always say there's someone watching from Australia.
Tell
so.
everybody, have it on in your room. The next time we're on a GUKPT, make sure it's on one of them monitors.
They'll love it. Proper stream.
Will, always a pleasure. Will Davis is here. He's loves it. Great to see Lauren. Great to see Will. They're on the way back to Australia next week. They're in Dubai for 5 days. We've seen all the family, and they are on their way back, loving it. I'm just going to Australia for a holiday. He doesn't return. He does not return. So good to see him. GUKPT winner as well under his belt.
Dealers in the turbo are behind their progress. You are going to be on a 15-minute wait. Dealers, please chip in the 1 minute wait for our future.
Aye, aye. Guest comes from Mr. Andy Booth.
What's happening? I haven't sat in this chair.
Have you not?
No.
Well, there you go.
Don't put any cameras on.
So the last person to sit in that chair was the former GUKPT champion,
Will Davis.
Will Davis. You final table to the GUKPT, haven't you?
Couple.
Last 4 tables of Goliath.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was back when no one could play. Back when jacks were called knaves. And we made a run. And a tight. Here he is, back.
Here he is. Salad eating.
Yeah,
no, burger and chips.
Nice healthy salad
Yeah.
in the burger, which was taken out.
How you doing, Rez? Rez Fazeli, how you doing, pal? I don't think Eddie will be off soon until his PLO 6 gets called. Brilliant. He likes to punt the PLO 6 card. He's entertaining us in scene number 1. Here's Eddie. Hope you're good, Rez. Hope things are well. No.
I think so, Joe. I think there's a fairly long list for this one. Saying that, we've got no one in trap 5.
No, trap 5's empty. Why is trap 5 empty, Andy?
Couldn't tell you.
Tell them we've been 8-handed all day. Or is it just an 8-handed table?
Could be. I could try and find out for you.
There is a list. Might as well get them in.
And Nick in the straddle here goes for the free bet, makes it 350. Big hefty 5x out of position. And Georgia's going to peel the 5-3 suited this deep. I like these suited wheel hands that don't contain an ace, like the 5-4, the 5-3 suited, the 4-3 suited. Like with position this deep, they can actually be plausible pills. Obviously not going to have interaction with our opponent's free bet range cards that they're holding. And as well as that, that time that it does come the wheel, it's very likely that our opponent can have an ace-x holding, so we can win a big pot the times that the wheel is made against an ace-x. And going to float here with 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight and position versus the half pot sizing of Nick. Should be a fun one.
Queen of Diamonds turn. It is now for Nick. Gets the check mark.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. 9-10 gets there, but only 4 combos, 9-10 suited that we're worried about. think we're happy to continue barreling here. Queen 10, Queen 9 suited can definitely be in the range of Georgius, and then we can still get value from the Jack X, the King Jack, the Ace Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, these type of things that pick up a straight draw as well. I think we're happy to just put more chips in the pot here as Nick. Very likely to have the best hand, only losing to sets, turn Queens and Jacks and 9-10. And a whole host out there to get paid from. See what size he's going to opt for. Whatever size he does, doesn't matter. It should be end of hand.
It will be. Better 850. It could have just been 50. Would have been too much. Rose is on his way down tomorrow and Friday. Be good to see you, sir. Always good to see you. Still four-handed in the minute, as you can see in the background. Matt Davenport still going on. Rabbit second, looking for his second title in a matter of days. That will be some amazing effort to win the minute and the midi.
Queen 10 for Ewan in the small. I'm going to call for 5. Over to Nick in the third blind. Jack 3 off. Should just be checking.
Two pair for Gigs, YS.
And Nick's up and down. This one checks through. 8 of hearts on the turn. Does bring in the flush draw for Ewan. I think always going to have to start leading as Geeks if check 2, but that option is going to be taken away from us. Ewan goes for £10. Geeks makes the call. And Nick with his up and down straight draw here. Got some dirty outs. The times that it's the 6 or 8 of hearts, might just be happy to let this one go. Can be drawing dead versus some turn flushes. We do have 5-1 with position though, so he's going to take one off to the river.
Queen of Spades on the river. Ewan, river's a pair.
Yeah, maybe happy to go for value here, Tower. Target some 8x, some turned top pair. Going to go for check. And now Geeks with the 4 deuce.
Just bets 50 into 60.
And going to be fold and a call from Ewan. How you doing, Kev? Blackpool booked. Quick question: is the Hampton Hilton near casino in Blackpool? Yes, it's walkable, Kev. 10-15 minute walk. As you come out the casino, you do a right, walk past Pleasure Beach, and then it's just down that road there. I'd say about 10-15 minute walk. Cash game action to kick off the live streaming coverage for 5 days, finishing up at 1:30 today. Back tomorrow at 1 PM on stream for the high roller coverage. There's already nearly 70 players in that, and usually we get like a 33% increase in buy-ins in day 2, so I reckon that could approach 120, 130 runners, potentially the biggest high roller that we've seen. We're on track for. As Will flops huge with the ace queen suited, top pair and the nut flush draw. Seven of diamonds on the turn. Versus Eddie here, I think we're always happy to go bet here as well. Try and get value from some worse ace-x, perhaps some 9x out there as well, as Eddie has on this occasion. 8 of diamonds on the river. So, nice clean value bet here on the end for Will. And then back over to Eddie, whether he is going to make the hero with his second pair or not. It goes for 225, 60%. See that Eddie is going to pay this one off, and nice bit of value on the end there from Will. Like the decision to go bet. We are streaming until 1:30 AM, Adrian. Yeah, it's probably like a 2-minute cab, Kev, if you're getting a taxi. But it's not far at all, definitely walkable. And then Gas Man on Facebook. Good evening.
Please, all players remaining in tonight's turbo. Please start retaking your seats. You have just over 3 minutes remaining on your roll. So all turbo players, please start retaking your seats.
Ace King suited for Geeks.
Players and dealers in the start line.
Makes it 30 to go, and hit Queen 6 suited. Going after it here. Bad news going to be incoming. Well, look at this, Will, with the jacks here. We're probably going to make this 300, 350, around that sort of remit. I like it. And Will's been fairly snug, so Geeks here obviously never fold him. But I think we will be a bit wary of Will. He's not, just goes for the 5-bet send for 2.2k. And now Will in a really rough spot here with jacks. Do we ever expect Geeks to send it here with 10s, 9s? Probably not. Ace King definitely going to be in there. Does just choose to let the jacks go. And Geeks picks up a nice one. £600 profit that hand, 60 bigs without going to a flop. Wonder what the Tower treble will bring this weekend.
Now then, Gas Man.
Tears like it always does. That's what it will bring.
Whoa. Spurs will be in it, don't worry about that.
No, they bloody won't.
As Bristol Rovers started, hopefully not as bad as Rotherham United this year.
I'm not letting
Not won yet.
I'm not letting you ruin our title hopes with your treble.
You win a game. You got Big Ange in charge.
Do you know what I loved about that game, right, Tower? We go 1 up and we're still going for another goal. We're not sitting after it. We've not got bloody 10 men behind the ball.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's refreshing. Actually looking for a forward pass for once rather than just playing it back.
What happened to your main team, West Brom?
They're getting on all right. Are they doing all right?
What's the dealer listening to on the headset? I think it's Queens I Want to Break Free. The dealer's inputting the action with the action tracker. She tells him what the bets are. Our action tracker, who you can't see, is the guy that makes all those graphics appear and the size of the bets. It would be good if it was Queens I Want to Break Free, but unfortunately it's not.
Second nut straight for Ewan. Fires out for 80 and going to get action because Eddie with second pair hit makes the call. Deuce of clubs on the river, clean as you like for the 5-3. I'm going to be on the hunt for value. Goes for 200. And Eddie hasn't liked folding a pair, second pair on this occasion versus near pot size, sorry, just north of pot size. Actually 300 river bet here from Ewan.
Talking about Queen, it's John Deacon's birthday today. 72 he would have is John. Bass guitarist of Queen.
I assumed he played an instrument. I know Freddie, that's it.
Right. Here's the bass player for Queen. 72 today, John Deacon. Retired out of the game completely. Came back for the Freddie Mercury tribute concert and that was it. No more. As you can see in the background, still 4 in the mini. That's been 400 sometime.
Yeah, good hour.
Big Terry's still wandering around. Do you know what? He's been here longer than the stanchions in this building, let me tell you, Terry.
I've been longer than the rats in the ceiling.
Hey.
How's it going?
Remember when it used to be on TV, Terry? Back
I
in
do
the
remember
day?
it being on TV.
2007 that was, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
That was the year of the smoking ban.
It was. It was indeed, you're right.
It was.
Yeah.
The band that came in and kept all these poker players alive for another 10 years.
Yeah. If you stop smoking in casinos, the game's going to die. There's going to be nobody in the
That's
building.
right, exactly.
It's going to be empty tomorrow. The busiest it's ever been.
Absolutely. And everyone's healthier for it.
Absolutely.
One of the best things they ever did.
Everything's still tip top and ship shape?
I think so. We're up just about to start the next refurbishment.
Oh.
So when you come back next year,
Yes.
I think you will see something that's much more impressive than
Like
you're seeing
it.
at the moment.
Like it.
The new look is very Vegas. Very Vegas.
Excellent. Does it have dice table?
It does not. It does not at the moment.
That's
But
the
if you
Vegas
can-
look we want.
If you can find us enough dice players,
I know.
we'll find a table. But the problem is, we only get a game when there's a big poker tournament on,
Yeah.
and then there's no game for the next 3-4 months.
Can you not bring it out once every 3-4 months? Just put it in a cupboard
We'll
and
have to
then...
have someone that knows how to work it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And after 3-4 months, they've forgotten how to do it, and that costs me a lot of money when they don't remember how to do it properly.
Exactly. Dedicated staff for a
Yeah,
for a dice
absolutely,
table.
and you know it's top staff as well. It's top people on that game.
Yeah.
Because it's no easy game to
Yeah.
deal.
You're absolutely right.
But but what a great game it was though.
Oh, it's amazing. So much fun.
Did you play it yourself, Phil?
Yeah, I was in Vegas playing every day.
Really?
Yeah, loved it. I even found a $5 table, which is my standard, and I can enjoy myself a lot more than a $10, $15, $25 table.
Absolutely.
And there's one in Vegas, 24/7, 7 days a week.
$5 game?
Yeah, there's only one, and that's in Ellis Island, which is behind the Horseshoe, which does the World Series.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's downtown.
No, it's behind the horseshoe is now, well, but the old Bally's.
Okay.
So that's now called the horseshoe. So behind the parish and behind Bally's. Directly behind it. Directly behind it, on the next street. $5 game. I found it. It took me ages to find it, but I found it.
Sounds like you know the geography.
Oh yes. Yeah. It was a good game to watch, Reza, you're not wrong. In fact, the dice man's in the building. The dice man's in the building somewhere. Willie Tan.
Oh. Is he around?
Yeah, he's playing.
I must go and say hello to Willie.
He's down there on table 18.
There's few people been around here longer than me, but he's one of them. Good to see you.
Lovely to see you, Terry.
Cheers, Terry. Yeah, just jump back to our hand there. That's some fold from Geeks. Obviously got a bit interrupted, but how he's found a fold there on the turn, I do not know, versus Eddie. 10-7-4, we've got top pair. Bet call, comes an ace on the turn, we check, and Eddie moves all in for a round pot. Like, he doesn't actually have too much ace-X there that I can come up with. I know we see that he peeled the ace-5 off versus the C-bet and pinged top pair and just went with it, but I think that's a top-notch fold there from Geeks. I might have had to pay that one off with the second pair nut kick-up.
Oh, Jacob says once you finished on Ellis Island, get yourself around to the stage door for the $1 bottles, and that's where you leave your gun at the front door if you're going in for a beer.
What?
The stage door? You never been in?
No.
Oh, straight across from Ballet, straight across from the horseshoe, where you come out the side door onto the side street.
I know,
so you walk down to Ellis Island.
Yeah.
It's literally straight across. It looks like a convenience store. The shop. It's actually a bar called the Stage Door. Everything's $1. Every beer, all your bottles, is $1. But you get scanned and scooped and whizzed up and down with the electronic devices. And if you do have a gun on you, you have to leave it in a hold hole and pick it up on the way out. It's true story. It's called the Stage Door. It's great. Nice one, Jacob. Jacob's obviously been. Who are the last four in the mini, says Fly Crash? They're in the background, right there with us. Yeah. Matt Davenport.
We've got Aisha Haki, Ravi Chef, Matt Davenport and Andy Christoforu.
There you go.
Are the final four.
So Andy in seat 7, Ravi in 3, Matt Davenport in seat number 2 on the right hand side.
And Aisha doing it for the ladies.
Absolutely. Aisha can't see her, but she's sat in seat number 8. Is Aisha. It's in the background. We're streaming cash today, but the minute is on. It's been 4-handed for about 2 hours.
Eddie goes for limp with his king 10 and Nick making it 1-2-5 with the ace 10. Heads up. There's £38,000 up top in the mini.
Yep.
So
Nice chunk, some good runners in there.
Check on the turn, and Eddie not going to bluff at this one with the king of spades, and Nick's good with the ace 10. of spades for Nick. Raises to 25. Going to be a free bet here from Ken, or at least it should be. Going to go for 1, 2, 5 from the small, nice and large out of position. What we like to see. This deep though, going to have to come along here as Nick Jack 9 suited, button versus small with position. It's mega deep. Should be peeling, and off to the streets we go. Well, I say should be peeling. He goes for the 4 bet here.
This is
making
Nick Marshington, you know.
350. Don't mind it. I like the hand as well. I think Jack 9 suited definitely a nice little bluff candidate. 4 bet button versus small, can get a lot of better hands to fold. Can still have decent equity when called and position. There's the call from Ken. So 4 bet pot, 715 in the middle, heads up we go.
9-8 flop. Nick, top pair, decent kicker.
I'd like to see that as Nick. I will be aware that Ken will still have some 10s, jacks that don't elect to 5 bet this deep. That will be in his mind for sure, but this top pair I think always going to want to see bet here. Don't have to go large in the 4 bet coup, can have a lot of small sizes. Goes fairly hefty, looks like 60% there, 360. So closer to half. Ken going to be playing check call, I assume, here with the 10s. Nick still does have the advantage of bigger overpairs. Aces, kings, queens all going to be in there for him. Wow!
Wow, wow, wow.
That is a tight fold.
That is tight. That is.
Maybe he just doesn't expect Nick to have a bluff there, but against very good players, they can have bluffs in any given spot, and even 4 bet pre will find some bluffs at some frequency, as he did there with the Jack 9. 10s, just letting it go. And Ken trying to get some information here. Had a little chat with him. Jack 10 for Nick, raises 260. Really like this from Georgios here. If we want to continue in the small, say it a lot when we're playing on the cash game streets, like don't want to play flat in the small blind. I'm a strong believer in cash games. If we're continuing from the small, going to have to play free bet regardless of holding. Just don't like having calls from the small blind. Free bet or fold, and a nice little pick up there with the 9-7 suited from Georgios. Well played, sir.
Cash game in London. This is the streaming times for the week. And there we go. They're the streaming times tonight. Tomorrow we start at 1 o'clock on the stream. We are in situ for the high roller day 2. 2 full levels of buy-ins for day 2 you can have. And then Friday, Saturday and Sunday we concentrate on the main, and there's plenty coming up in the next few weeks. As Jay said, it'll be see the cat, see the missus, back to work.
Yeah, literally. Might get a round in as well.
Good lad. So you're getting, obviously you've said you've played a few times. Yeah. What's the handicap now? Has it come down?
No,
have you hit under handicap yet?
Well, I got accused the other day of protecting my handicap because I was on 33 points with 4 to play.
And you blobbed last 4?
No, I think I blobbed 2 and got a point on both. I got 35, so I didn't get cut, which was all right.
No, you can't get cut.
Yeah, I didn't get cut. I didn't get cut. So, but they were all like protecting the handicap. Want your 2 shots on the par 3, but
2 shots on the par 3.
It's nice when you hit the green, you're there for -1. Putting for 5 points, that is always a nice feeling.
Putting for a naught.
The best ones when you get paired like in your 4-ball when there's a low handicapper with you and they're up against you on a par 3 and you hit the green. They've got no chance. They got a hole in one hit and hope you free putt.
Are we doing any ticket giveaways? Yes,
Tomorrow.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Tune in during the day. There will be giveaways Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Jay's got endless tickets to give away.
Yep.
Tom says he hasn't, but Jay just thinks, you know what? It's a Thursday. I did get a couple of messages saying that a couple of people have not got the tickets from the spin the wheel at Goliath.
Oh, what, from the wheel?
Yeah,
okay.
So they're trying to send messages to.
No,
what's happened? Oh no! Oh, there's cuddles going on and all sorts. Oh, we're down to 3 in the mini.
Looks like Aisha are out in 4th.
Aisha's gone in 4. Oh, get me out of here, sis. Look at that, storming away she was. Get me out of here. Well done, Aisha. Finishing 4th in the mini.
It's Jack for Ken. Makes it 75. Eddie's in with a 10-9 off. Ewan in the big, and Geeks in the 3rd line. Oh, sorry, Geeks in the straddle. Ewan in the 3rd line. Nice looking flop for us as Ken. Once we go 4-way, top pair, top kicker. Just want to be putting chips in the middle here. Could potentially size up as well as we go 4-way to the flop. Goes for 150, like it. Just one overcard to contend with for Ewan. Backdoor straight possibilities as well, so makes the call. Will be the end of Geeks. Eight spades on the turn, so Ewan does pick up gut shot to go with his pair of 6s here. From Ken's perspective, 6-7 does complete, but I don't think Ewan's going to peel the 6-7 off with the straddle in play from the 3rd blind. So just the 4 combos we're worried about. So if we're Ken here, I think this is exactly what we want to be doing. Going for another street of value here with our top pair, top kick up. Goes for 4-2-5, 2/3 on the turn. A tricky one for Ewan. We pick up that additional equity in the form of a gutter ball. But Ken does have the Jack X, the overpairs, all the sets are possible. And then where is he going to build his bluffs from? That's the other question we got to ask. Is he really going to bet into 4 players with Ace King, Ace Queen and then double barrel turn? Probably not. I just think once we go multi-way, 3, 4, 5-way, people tend to be weighted more towards value. And I think the fact that this was 4-way on the flop means that Ewan should be able to get away from this. I think if we're heads up, it's just these 2 going to the flop. We'd be calling again as Ewan, but I think the C-bet into 3 players does signify a lot of strength, and Ewan agrees, makes a very nice lay down there with the 6s and gutter ball.
You want to get involved with the festival this week in London. It's already been going for quite a while, but that is what's on between now and when we finish Sunday evening. We've got the cash, the turbos going on, the mini mains going on in the background. There's 3 left in that. The cash out satellites running. Tomorrow we've got main events. We've got the high roller day 2, which is what we're going to be covering, and another cash out satellite. Friday is always main event day. Saturday has got the cup as a side event, and Sunday cup finishes. We finish the main event. The seniors is on, and the PLO 4, 5 and 6. Plenty to get involved with, whatever you fancy. There is something for everybody right there.
Nice little schedule for the week. So, pocket twos for Steve, raises to 60. Eddie calls button. Ewan's in with the A6 suited. And Nick goes for the squeeze with the 7 deuce. This lad's come to play today. Squeezes to 360. Is the 7 deuce game on? I'm unaware if it is. We did see Geeks peel it from the big blind, so it may be in play, or maybe a case of Nick just going after it and gets a delicious flop to take this away from Eddie with just the 7 high. Our range is the squeeze up. We're going to have the strongest hands on this board. And he goes for 220. And this should just be the end of Eddie, but Eddie has been prone to float. Seen him get involved a lot in spots that others probably wouldn't have. Surely not with the 10 high. Oh wow, look at this. Look at this from Eddie. Goes for raise with the 10-9 off on Ace Queen 4 Rainbow against the squeezer. And it gets it done. And enough of it from Nick. Sticks it back up him, gets it through.
And if you are thinking and you can't make London, this is what's coming up. There you can see the yellow ones and the light blue one is where we're going to be working. They've got us working, they're working us to the bone in September and October. Look at that. We've got Luton, Leeds and Coventry more or less side by side. Coventry is an 888 festival. All the team from the 888
and then we finish Coventry and we're in Blackpool 12 days later.
We're in Blackpool 9th to the 19th of November. It's a great festival. And then straight after that, we're in London until the 3rd of December. It just can't stop it. But take a screenshot of that. And you can find out where you want to go, whatever you want to do. We'll give you the full schedule for the 888 and Luton and Leeds as well in the coming days. Don't forget social media all the time. On Grosvenor Poker on Facebook, on Instagram, Grosvenor Poker as well. All the schedules will be there, and there's 25/50s to get involved with as well. Plenty going on.
Back to the action, single race pot, blind on blind. Gigs could have definitely gone bigger here, out of position pre. Goes for 3x, might have gone a bit more meaty, being out of position. Check, check on the flop, Jack of Hearts turn. Check, check once more. Both players in the hunt for showdown, however, not going to be getting checked through. Going to have a small stab here as Gigs trying to get value from his 10. So 3 hours into the stream coming up to guys. We are streaming for another 4 hours, finishing at 1:30 AM today, because we're back in early for the high roll up tomorrow, starting the stream at 1 PM. opens the 10s from cut-off. Nick pills the Jack 9 suited in the big.
7-7 king.
There goes check on the flop. 3 of clubs on the turn. I wouldn't mind seeing check raise here from Nick with the Jack 9 suited. Looks like he's going to go for lead, but I always find on these boards like the King 7-7, when we expect our opponent to be c-betting fairly high frequency and they opt to check behind, they just always have a hand that can call the turn a lot of the time. They check back a hand, like imagine he's got an 8-9 suited, a 10-9 suited, that's always going to c-bet this flop. So I think I would have preferred check raise for that reason on the turn as Nick, just simply because Will's check back on a board that has high frequency c-bet a lot of the time means he's got a hand that can call turn with position. So I think check raise could have been the way to proceed, but maybe thinking about double barreling on this river here versus Will. Just sitting here with the board. Know that Nick is capable. That's the mini main final table in the background. Got Ravi Chef, Matt Davenport, Andy Christoforu are the final 3. As Nick goes for a 240 here into 360, so goes for 2/3 on the river, trying to make it look like he has a King X holding. Still can have some 7s peeling from the big blind. It looks like Will is going to pay this one off, and Nick is going to show the Jack 9 suited for Jack high, and 10s are good for Will.
Are there any high rollers or anything close to Leeds this weekend? Probably not. The high roller in London started today, buying for day 2 tomorrow. Always check the Poker Live app if you want to check what's in Leeds and what's going on around where you may be. Plenty going on all the time. Poker Live app gives you all the details regarding what is on and where. Leeds this weekend, there's a 50 quidder. There's a bank holiday Monday special, £100 in Leeds, starts at 3 o'clock, 25,000 starting stack. That should be busy. Not wrong with bread. Nothing wrong with bread at all. Dangerous seagulls though, when you're eating sausage and chips on the pier, on the harbour.
Is that not that
they're tough
Netflix show with all the royals?
I remember you saying that. What's that film? What's that posh film that's a bit like the royalty programme with all the queens and kings?
All in the nice dresses and the
all the nice. Is it Bridlington?
Bridlington.
Bridgerton. Bridgerton.
Yeah, Bridlington, Bridgerton, all the same, isn't it? Yeah.
It's all the same.
We started at 6 PM, the cash game today.
Yeah, different variations of buy-ins, 5Ks, 2Ks. Eddie's had 3 pull-ups at 2K, who you've been watching.
Well, this is something I haven't seen before. Going for the £30 into 540. So 6% C-bet there from Will. And gets raised and lets it go. Well, Matt Davenport has just taken a walk, so we're heads up in the mini.
Ooh.
And it looks like Andy Cristoforo versus Ravi, who is going for the mini and midi double this week.
Wow, that is incredibly
especially in
amazing.
London as well, when we get the biggest fields. Like,
Yeah.
Andy, chip shot.
No, Ravi. And his head's up for the mini. No.
Oh, you won the high roller.
Only me and you got that.
Is it?
Yeah, that is some feat. Heads up in the mini, winning the midi this week in London. As Jay said, biggest fields all year. Takes some doing. Can he close it out?
battle of the 5x here for Georgius and Eddie, both flopping a pair on the mono board. Ten of hearts on the turn. Probably just going to be checked down this one. I think both players can still show down, but Eddie...
How do you proceed if there's a fifth heart on the board?
It depends how the hands play, Tower. It depends if we're the opener, if we're going to have more hands that contain the biggest hearts, then we can plausibly put the pressure on. But once it goes like check, check, flop, and Georgius check turn, just going to get through very often is Eddie.
So we're going to be heads up in the minute. We'll see a champion being crowned in the background. Cash all the way through till 1:30 in the morning. And then back tomorrow from 1 PM on the live stream for the high roller day 2. Decent numbers in that one. Friday and Saturday and Sunday we concentrate on the main, and we'll have plenty of giveaways over the course of the 4 days of the GUKPT main event and the high roller. Jay's already got a figure in his head on what he's going to give away. I know the budget. It'd be like Tower thinks. What does Tower thinks Jay's going to give away this week?
Over £1,000. Probably have some 888 tickets to give away in upcoming streams as well for the big one in upcoming streams.
Yeah, probably Coventry. Back to Coventry and the CBS Arena. Looking forward to that. We'll get you the schedule for that when we get it ourselves. About a month away. Back up to Coventry.
It's not often you play 2 heads-up matches in the space of 2 days.
Nope.
Ravi is in the hunt for another trophy this week.
Amazing, amazing. I don't know the chip counts for the heads up. Don't know the information, unfortunately. We're concentrating on the cash. I know it's heads up for the title, but we're not streaming the minute.
That makes it 60. Steve goes for the free bet with the ace queen, and Eddie, seen him cold call free bet a couple of times already. This time with the king 10 suited. Wants to see a flop. Now Nick getting a much more attractive price to come along here. 3-1 on his money and does have position, so it's going to take one off here with the Jack 7 suited. 3 hands go into the flop. Steve with the best of it at the moment. That has soon changed on the Jack 8-6 rainbow. pair here for Nick. Like, we'll need some top pair check backs, but I just think with Eddie in the pot, this just wants to be bet. Get some value from our top pair. I think in some other scenarios we can definitely mix this one into the top pair check back range with 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush as well. But I think in this given scenario, we're happy to just come out firing. And it's called in 2 spots. Queen of clubs is the fun turn card tower.
Queen of clubs. The 10 of spades.
Well, that's still kind of action.
Well, yeah.
Not as fun as the queen, but gives Eddie second pair now. Gives Steve a double gut shot. And dummy end gut shot to go with Nick's top pair.
And a check mark for Nick Marchinson with the Jack 7.
And he's going to get paid by Eddie Tower. Yeah. Eddie's not going to be folding 2 pair, king kick card, jacks and 10s here. Just a decision of what size to go.
Steve checks.
What does my opponent's range look like? What are we trying to extract value from here?
About 6, 7.
This goes for half. Quick call. From Eddie. Nick Marchinson having a great day. Think he's sporting nearly a 10k profit now, Tower. Him and Ewan been running the show.
Where's Ewan gone? Mistaken eggs.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a small round of applause for Ravi Sheep, who won the mini main after he's won the mini main as well.
38 bag for the mini, 38 for the mini, 43 for the midi, I think it was. Was it 43 for the midi? And he won 140k 2 weeks ago, come third in the 3k at London. Not bad, yeah. 200 bag in 3 weeks, not a bad little couple of weeks at the office for Ravi. Congratulations to him.
Wow.
I don't know him like personally, but I know him. I've like seen him on the table playing a lot.
There we go. You can see it in the heads up, but if you heard it in the background, little announcement for Ravi. Amazing.
Imagine he wins the main. That will never be done again.
Not ever. Not ever. Wins the main. Imagine that. Imagine being, we'd be like 2-1 favourite. There's 500 runners.
They didn't have any beef skewers, so
Yeah. That's steak is actually really good. Well, I mean,
I'm not expecting 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, Katie. Absolutely incredible.
It's not only that, he's won both of them, Tower. Both the day threes he had humongous chip leads and he's closed them out. Both times he's run up huge stacks and stayed the chip leader for a long period of time and closed both events out. Unbelievable achievement to scoop both of them. It's hard enough to win one, let alone win the mini and the midi in the same week.
How much of that would be luck, in your opinion? Well, we all know when you're on your backs and you're behind, you need a bit of luck. We don't know how often that happened. We don't know if he had 8s against 10s and hit an 8.
Yeah, you got to play well.
You've still got to be very,
to win
very
a
good at the game.
tournament. To win a
Read
tournament.
the game well. We know it's a form game, but by heck, that is some form. Some form. Imagine the points for the NPL.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said earlier when he was on the FT, I said imagine if he wins this one as well, he's probably going to shoot right up there.
Yeah.
What, 50?
We can actually show you the leaderboard.
40 and 50 points, I reckon, something like that. Maybe 90.
No. What? For 2 events? Wasn't it?
40 points.
Was that many?
40 points for a win, that's about right, isn't it? PK's on the case, crunching the numbers.
Absolutely. Andy's trying to help him. Oh no, he's not. Is he on there?
No.
No, he's not on there. Oh, there's hundreds and hundreds of points on there. I thought he went a bit further than the top 20. But still Cal Morial up top, nearly 100 points clear of Robbie Bull, who was here this week. Ariane Kashani's here this week. Not sure if
40 points for the mini.
That's today.
Yeah, so I reckon about 50 for the mini. I reckon that.
Yeah, you.
More points, more buying, isn't it? About 37, so 77 points. That's going to shoot him up.
Absolutely. So as you can see in the background, we know what's happened in the background, but certainly be good.
Get him and have a chat. $10 points is 10 points. Yeah.
Oh my days, who's this? Mr. Ravi Chef.
Hello, Tower.
Hey! We always say it's a form game.
Yeah.
Now that is some form.
Yeah.
Wow. Quickly run through what you've been doing. Not only this week, but obviously you've had a decent score in London a couple of weeks ago.
I did, yeah. I had a deep run in the circuit event, 3K, and ended up coming fourth for a nice sum.
Yeah, we're really, really good. We're watching it. Obviously, we've not been down in London, but still watching the updates and stuff like that. Watching all the guys that we know doing really well. But this week, I tell you what, these middies, minis, and mains are not easy.
It means a lot to me because this is my home. I play cash here.
Yeah, all the time.
On a daily basis.
Brilliant.
And to win on home turf, feels really good.
Yeah, well, we weren't here for the midi, so run us through the midi. How was it? It just seems a little bit bigger buying than a mini.
Yeah, so the structure was great. Yeah, all the structures are fantastic. I had a pretty smooth day one, and then day two I went from 216k to 1.8 million.
Whoa!
Pretty smooth day, and then I on the final day I had a lot of chips, so I was able to apply some good pressure.
Yeah.
So it was pretty smooth.
Yeah. When you get to the FT, are you thinking? Are you thinking this table looks pretty good? I've got a chance.
Oh, there was I mean, there were some tough players, but they were quite short. Brandon Shields was short. A lot of the good players were quite short.
Yeah.
So I thought I had a chance. And I ran pretty good, obviously. I mean, let's not.
Somebody actually asked a question in the chat. How much do we think of that is luck? Now, I'm not being funny. We all know there's luck element involved in the game, but we all know there's a skill element involved. Did we get lucky? Was there ever a case where you did get lucky?
I think in both comps, final 3 tables, I played really good Tau. I put some serious pressure on at the right time.
Good.
And I've only started playing comps this year live. I genuinely only play cash, so I think I ran very, very good at the end of this comp.
Yeah.
I got in Ace King v Ace King and made a flush.
All right,
Ace King of Hearts versus Ace King off, made a flush. So I ran good. I'm just humble and grateful.
Yeah. Well, in the background we can see, obviously we're on that 30-minute delay for the live stream, as you know, because you watch the live stream as well. You're still in the background, heads up with Andy.
Yeah.
What's he like playing with Andy? He's always got a smile on his face.
He's great. He's got a lot of grit and determination. He's a good guy.
Yeah. And then you've got Matt in third.
Matt,
You know, Matt's been there. He's got the passport. He's also one of the MPL winners as well. So he knows the score, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He knows the score. But winning on your home turf.
Oh, it feels good.
Yeah,
it feels good.
And
see if we can do the travel.
Oh man, there'll be nobody ever. There'll be nobody ever managed to do that if you do the travel of the mini, the midi, and
I'll
the
take
mid.
I'll take a final 2 table run right now, just for a sweat. You know, I'll take a final 2 table run.
Just for a sweat. Well, it's been an incredible week so far. You're not jumping straight in tomorrow, are you? Or is it the high roller tomorrow night?
I'm playing the 2K now. Do you know what it is? I've got a tournament bug, and I went to Coventry. I had a deep run in Luton. When they presented your
yes.
Yeah, I was on the feature right next to you, and I just enjoy playing comps, and this tour is so good. And it's run so well.
It must mean you on that feature table because I managed to cash myself. Even I managed a little cash in the comp that they got me bought in for. But no, it's a super effort. It really is. It's no mean feat winning one of them.
Yeah.
But to win 2 in such a short space of time in the same week, and like you're jumping in the HR right now, you're in the high roller right now. You got the main event that's coming probably Friday if you make day 2 of the high roller.
I'm gonna play Friday.
Yeah. And if you don't, even if you don't make it through tonight, you can either bank tomorrow or take a day off, which will be a well-earned day off.
I'll probably need a day off.
And you'll be in tomorrow night. You'll be sat at the cash table.
Exactly.
That's exactly what you do.
Exactly.
It's an incredible achievement.
No,
many congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
If we get a chance to speak to you again later in the week, you never know. There's a high roller to win.
Yes.
There's the main event to win.
Yes. It's inconceivable, honestly.
It's fantastic. It is a brilliant effort. It really is. And to win one event, and we always say London always the bigger fields.
Yeah.
It's always the hardest field. They're not easy, these GUKPTs and side events. There's some good players.
There were some very good players. Yeah.
There are some decent players. Anybody who plays a GUKPT always says these fields are tough. They're really tough.
But I think the structure and the way it's set up is unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. It's a super effort, and nice for them to recognise that you won the mini and the mini, and you got the whole room rooting for you and giving you a big round of applause. That was fantastic. It was a nice touch. Really good effort. Enjoy yourself. Get yourself in the high roller. Are you having 10 minutes before you jump in?
Straight in. No blinds wasted. No blinds wasted.
This man is on form. I tell you what. Don't expect not to see his chip counts.
Don't get in flips with me this week.
Don't expect not to see his name on the chip counts later tonight for the high roller day 2, which we will be streaming, by the way. So that's something else to think about. We are streaming the high roller tomorrow.
Perfect.
So absolutely amazing effort. Thank you very much indeed. Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ravi Chef, mini and midi winner. Absolutely amazing. Superb. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Straight into the high roller is Ravi. Not going to miss another blind. He's going to get himself bought in and straight into the big blind. What an effort that is, by the way. What an effort that is. That is some effort. And a very nice lad as well. As you can see in the background, we know it's still going on, but we're on that 30-minute delay and he's pulling in the chips, you can see there. Ben says glad to put his chip to good use. Yeah. And jumping straight into the high roller. What a good effort. So the cash game goes on. We're on the live stream until 1:30, so just about 3.5 hours to go until the end of the cash stream. Good to have you on board, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be in the world, watching live from London. Alright, so we're losing one. Looks like seat number 8 is up.
Attention please, final call, players in the satellite, please take your seats, we will be starting in less than 1 minute. Satellite players, band dealers, please start to prepare your exit.
I might come up with it. I'm just waiting for a seat.
Fearless players in the satellite, Young level, small blind of 300. Sorry, small blind of 200, big blind of 400, 400, big blind of 22, 4, 4. Fearless, please reveal.
Is 6-6 flop. You and Nicholas back at the table. So Ewan 1.3 to call with the 9 of clubs on the turn. Nick, very aggressive. Nick Marchington. And Ewan with the flop 2 pair. Certainly applying the pressure to Ewan with Nicholas. And gets Ewan to fold the best hand again. These two are at loggerheads, and again Ewan folds the best of it to Nick. So great to speak to Ravi. Still in the background, heads up with Andy. The midi champion. And I know the heads up there in the minute, but if you were watching 5 minutes ago, Ravi confirmed the champ and has now jumped straight in to the high roll at day 1. Cash game going on until 1:30 on the stream. It looks like there's a big pot brewing in the background. The cash game is going on. 5-5-10 cash game. Quite juicy. Eddie's gone for a wonder. C2 also gone for a wonder. C8 left his money on the table and went out for a walk. Oh, Little Miss Australia's in the building. You want to square a wave to everybody?
Can I ask a serious
Come on, Lauren.
Can I ask a question that I'm about to put up as a poll on
Have
this?
a sit
No, I won't
down.
do it.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I like it. Look at this. Green on green. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Green on green.
I look great.
You look yes, it's because you've got a green on a green background. You see.
Okay.
So you look jazzy. How are you? But we can see your face, so we're all right.
I'm good.
How are you? How's
Great.
Australia?
Australia is great, but it's not.
Does everybody remember
home.
Lauren dealing to you? All the bad beats.
I've grown up and I'm not. I'm not as bad now.
All the bad beats, all the shouting and screaming. This girl.
I was all the politeness,
You were, yes.
all the Irish
You were.
accents.
Katie was supposed to have seen you. She said to Will was in early and Katie was watching. She said you need to bring.
Cup of tea, Lauren.
You need.
That's not going to do for me unless it's Irish whiskey. I don't.
Absolutely. Are you looking forward to going back tomorrow?
Lots of love to you. So I am not looking forward to going back tomorrow. No,
You want to be homesick?
I'm really homesick. I'm really homesick. I missed a bit.
Is that because you've been to Ireland quite a few times in the last?
I think that's it. I was literally saying to my business partner, my boss,
Yeah.
when I didn't come home for 4 years, I was actually okay.
Yeah.
And this year,
And as soon as you come home, you've been to weddings, you've been to birthday parties, you've had your own birthday.
you guys are just more fun over here. Honestly, you really are. You just live life, like really live life.
Yeah.
And poker is what poker is meant to be in the UK and Ireland for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's sweet.
We've been over to Ireland a couple of times. Been to see Fintan Gavin doing his thing. We have. We went over. Went over to the Green Isle.
I don't know if I'm meant
We
to say
did.
this. Am I allowed to say this?
You can say what you want.
But I saw that he has an incredible tournament at the end of October out of
In Killarney.
nowhere. that
In
I
Killarney.
saw. No, it's in the Intercontinental Dublin. It's 700k guaranteed, 3k buy-in.
Oh, we don't know about that one.
Out of nowhere.
He's got one in Killarney coming up.
Oh, I like Killarney.
Yes. He's got
Good
one.
times of it in Killarney.
Yeah. Mr.
For
Houdini
sure.
said, "How is your shirt doing that?" That's what that's what she's wearing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the green background with the green jacket.
Oh,
That's what happens to it.
A magic.
Absolutely.
I'm a magic thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's announced another one. Good old
700k
Fintan.
guaranteed, 3k buy-in. Halloween.
And that's in the Intercontinental.
That's in the Intercontinental in Dublin, which is incredible. It's a lovely venue as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Went to the Green Isle. We went over there. That was great. I had a right laugh. I had a really good laugh. But you do, don't you? You play
No, I don't
You
have
play with a
these-
smile on your face. You drink Guinness and porn star martinis and all sorts, and then you're all
I
right.
love a Guinness, but I don't have a laugh in Australia. This is what
No, I've heard you're very strict.
No, if you knew me from being here, I was very strict. But if you know me in Australia, I said to Dina, I never realised the word compromise until I landed in Sydney. And after a year and a half of getting slaughtered, I said, you know, okay, maybe I'll compromise here. Compromise here. As if his name's Houdini and he's
I know,
asking.
Mr. Houdini. How was your
Yes,
shirt?
Katie. I'm just gonna, Katie, you can't keep dodging me. I follow Katie to Vegas.
Yeah.
Do you know, 2 Australians were with me in Vegas and Kate came up to me and she's so short and I'm really short and she's really short. I love you, you're the perfect size. But anyhow, she came up to me and she goes, I'm just going down to Monabi Gabby. And I was like, and I just said, okay, I'll see you there. And when she walked away, 2 of the Australians were like, where is she going? And I was like, you know that French place? And they were like, Mon Abbey Gabby. Well, she was like, I'm just going down to Mon Abbey Gabby. I was like, yeah, that's London.
Lovely to see you.
Okay, I'm going.
You're
But
on your
I actually
way.
have a question to ask you, but I'm not. I have a serious
Shall I
question.
see you in
to
2
hold
minutes?
on.
All
Yes.
right.
Do you want a drink?
See you in a minute.
A coffee.
Okay. Victor. Oh, good to see Lauren. Used to was freelance dealer. How are we doing, Victor? You still in? 250,000.
I think.
Genius. Hey, good to see Lauren and Will. They're on the way back to Australia. They've got a new business venture going in Sydney, in a poker room in Sydney, and they are back home or back to Australia tomorrow. Good to see them. Good to get them involved, and it's great to see her. First time she's been here in 5 years. We had to say hello to her. I know we're talking rubble, Gary, but when you've not seen somebody for 5 years and they're very successful in Australia, you have to have a quick chat.
Tao loves a chat. But we're back to the poker.
Back to the poker.
So King High is going to be good for Candice here, but I think Giggs is going to have to fire. The bottom of range, 5 high, never going to be able to show this one down. It's just a disaster the times that Candice knuckles back and shows like a 7-8, a Jack 10, a King Jack, but going to bluff here with the King High, bluffing with the best hand. It's a snap fold.
Piece of tick. Piece of tick on
Seat 7, that is Candice Nice, who has joined us for the last 3 hours that we've got for this cash game stream. Just over. There's the round of applause for Ravi doing the double. Can open into 40. Candice peels the King Jack, one that we could definitely mix in a free bet with as well. Just going to flat on this occasion. Brings Giggs in the big blind. And 3 to a flop. And Ken and Candice both flopping a piece. Candice top pair, decent kick up. King of spades in there for some insurance. Ken 55 continue. Candice makes the call of her top pair, and looks like Giggs wants to flick some chips in here with an unknown holding. First time we've had this today, unfortunately. And 7 on the turn. Lovely turn card to see here for Ken, and 3-way here. We're just happy to keep putting chips in the pot now. In our head, we're expecting to play heavy check on almost all turn cards, but this 7 is the gin for us. And fires another street. This for 185 on the turn here, 60%, and Candice with her top pair going to call once more. Giggs will get out of the way. Queen of Hearts on the river. So overcard to the Jack now for Candice. May potentially save her money, but still a tough one to fold with. Shouldn't be too much Queen X in there for Ken. Queen X of spades maybe. I don't think Ace Queen's just going to relentlessly double barrel once we go 3-way to the flop. So not really too many Queen X holdings. He goes for 75, and Candice going to see the bad news. Turn trips for Ken. And went a nice little size on the river to get paid. Sees the Jack. 6-10 suited for Candice. Just goes for limp. Prefer to see open with this hand. I haven't seen no limping on this table, I don't think, other than from Eddie. You can just get value from worse. Well, King 6 suited, going to ISO with position, makes it 85. And pocket 8's here for Nick in the big blind, not going to be folding, that's for sure. Both options available here. Wow, he does go for fold. Oh my word. Must have something to do with the size in the wheel here. Wheel going 8.5x. I've just actually realised that. It's a wheel with the meaty 8.5x sizing. Reason why we see Nick fold with the pocket 8s can only be the case if it's just a legitimate size. I think Nick would have played call or 3-bet. A bit wary about the extortionate open from Will. 2 of clubs on the turn after flop is checked through, and should see delayed c-bet here now as well after getting checked to twice. Flush out equity of overcards. 6 very likely to be the best hand now. Just flushing out that 16-17% of 2 overs. It's going to be a win for us. And does get Candice off the ace-10 with the best hand. I think what might have happened there is because Candice threw in a 25 chip, that Will might have actually thought she had straddled, so open to 85. I think that's probably what happened, as Will has been playing fairly snug, hasn't really had any unorthodox sizings as of yet, so I think that was just a case of mistaking Candice's limp for a straddle and opting to open 8.5x, which made Nick get out of the way with the 8s. Odin Logs, yeah, we are on for 5 days. We're streaming today for another 3 hours, 3 hours 15 minutes, finishing up at 1:30 AM. Making it small with the ace-10. Makes it 85. Discipline lay down, but correct from Candice with the ace-9. Yes, Arch Up, there will be. You can rewatch all our streams on our YouTube page, /GUKPT. If you go into the GUKPT channel, if you go to live, that will have all of our past live streams, including this one, which will be up in full tomorrow at some point. If you're a viewer on Twitch, you can watch the streams back on Twitch for 48 hours, I believe, and then they do disappear. But best bet, /GUKPT on YouTube. Hit subscribe, set the notifications on. Jack 9 suited for Nick. Goes for the raise to 25.
Candice is sat there. In about to loo for 2 minutes and Candice is talking. Here we go, Candice. You were quite interested earlier on, though. I think she was in the eye roller or the turbo. the live stream till 1:30 in the morning. Good evening, everybody, wherever you might be in the world. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. This is cash 5-5-10, 25 optional.
King 10 here for Ewan, opens to 35. And Geek's going to peel the 6-4 of hearts in the hijack. Heading in from the third blind, 3-way action. Geeks flopping trip sixes. Still expect Ewan to potentially take one off some of the time here. Does have the 10 of diamonds, 3 to a straight, 3 overcards, getting 3.5 to 1 on a call. Fairly close one. I wouldn't be surprised either way. It does take one off with the King 10, 10 of diamonds. Jack of spades on the turn. No help there for Ewan. Now, this should be end of hand. Action for Geeks. Ewan lets go of the king high, as he should do.
Indeed he does.
Seven deuce must be on tower. We haven't had any information that it is.
No, we haven't had any.
We've had a few people go after it with a 7 deuce. Well, we'll see now. Is he going to show it? Is he going to get chips thrown his way? No, he's not.
No.
So everyone's just playing it for the stream.
Just wants to play it for the stream. The old 7 deuce. And I've been watching Jamie Lee and thinking something's got to be on here for the 7 deuce.
For Nick, going to raise to 25. Candice is in with the Queen 10. Eddie's in with the King 4. And Will should be squeezing this up. 150, 175 thereabouts. What we'd like to see. Out of position here.
Do we know much about Will?
I don't.
No.
And does go for the 175, like it. Going to lose Ewan now, a bit tilting. Not being able to play the ace-10 suited, but can't be cold calling 3 bets. And this one's just going to get through for Will. Well, I say it is. Eddie's in the mix. King 4 comes along for the ride out of position. We are suited. And we get the dream flop.
Queen 4-7, 2 spades behind, but in front. Oh, boom!
In front now.
Oh, there, check again.
No, all in flop.
Oh, it's
all in flop.
Apologies.
Just no cards brought in, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Eddie is going to take this one from Will. Bit of run good for him. Hasn't ran the best so far.
Go on, Eddie.
On the cash game.
So good evening, wherever you may be in the world, whatever you're watching, apart from the live stream. Hope you're having a great evening. We're on all the way through until 1:30 tonight. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Is that Richard Ashby in the background? I think it is. I think Richard won an event in London, didn't he? And they were on the circuit. He won the Omaha.
High roller just going on break in the background. They'll have one more session and we'll still be here when they are bagging, so we'll get some chip counts for the high roller as well. Back end of the cash game stream for you guys. That's what we're going to be covering tomorrow. Back to the action. Eddie wakes up with a legitimate holding this time. Ace King suited on the button, raises to 150. And Queen 9 of diamonds here for you in the pig. Not going to be folding. Comes in with a call. And Geeks looks like he's got ideas here. Waiting for action to get to him on the action. Okay, so it was actually still on you and thought he flicked in a call, but it was just flicking in his blind there. Let the Queen 9 suited go. Thought would be getting involved there with Eddie. Well time fold, diamonds were dominated. Good evening to Yaks84 and Mark French.
Good evening indeed. How are things for Yaks and Mark on this Wednesday evening?
Everyone's in. Eddie limps, you and ISOs, Geeks calls, Nick calls, Eddie calls, closing the action. 3 to the flop, and Ewan flops best here with his top pair. Like, going to see lots of, there it is, lots of checks out of position here to 3 players as Ewan. Big fan of this. Like, you want to do a lot of checking in these spots. You get a lot more information with a check than you do a bet. Out of position to 3 players. We can just put our check call shoes on, play accordingly. There's the check call. And the Geeks not going to overcall with his second pair. Discipline lay down, but good lay down. And Nick has some backdoors here and bottom pair of his own. Check raise candidate, perhaps sour here. I wouldn't mind it. These bottom pairs with decent backdoors can definitely find their way into the remit of a bluff. But just going to take his equity to the turn. It's the 5 of diamonds. I'd be surprised if this one didn't check through. I think it'd be a bit optimistic for Eddie to fire again into 2 opponents with second pair here. Never getting called by worse once we double barrel, unless it's some sort of high equity hand in terms of a combo draw. And then we just get action from better holdings like the 10x, like the overpairs, like Ewan will still play checks with overpairs on this board, out of position for 3 players. Eddie fires a 200, Ewan makes the call. And Nick not insta-folding bottom pair here. I think this is always going into the muck now, getting just under 5-1, but he's surprised he didn't make the call. Does let it go, heads up to the river. There's the 4 of diamonds. Now, where we are going to see check, check, and the 10 is going to be good for Ewan. There's the turbo final table.
Already on
background.
Already on the FT of the turbo, like it. C2 not wanting to get his name in the spotlight. Yeah, didn't Sophie win something last month or the month before? She won a comp somewhere, didn't she, Sophie?
She did. She was playing the 3K WSOP, mate.
Was she?
Yeah, she was on the table next to me. She was in the mix. She had some chips as well. I'm not sure if she actually cashed or not, but she had some chips day one. Not sure if she got on the right side of the money. I hope she did. She does play a fair amount, Sophie. So Geek's going to have to... No, he's not going to call once. Eddie takes the stab. I might have been calling once there with the 10s. Yes, the overcards rolled off, but the way Eddie's been playing, going to have a whole host in there and may choose to shut down on rivers. Call, turn, fold, river, making the approach. Just taking the tighter.
Quick up there on Soph. She won the A-Pat high roller.
There we go.
And she bust A2 before the cash in the World Series.
Thank you very much, Tower. The A-Pat high roller.
A-Pat high roller.
Nice.
There you go. A lot of dealers, they can play. They take all the information in. And they can play.
Our action tracker must be very good then, because he gets to see it all as well from a bird's eye view.
Our action trackers won a GUKPT.
I know he is. That's why I said it. That's why I said it. Hello. Bolton, wasn't it? Was it Bolton?
Yeah, 10 years ago. 2013.
It's weird, the 7 deuce game's not on, but every time someone gets dealt 7 deuce, they're taking the aggressive route. And Nick here on this occasion bumps it up. Still going to go for it out of position to 3 players. Love the heart here from Nick. Goes to 80 and Candy's getting 5-1. Pretty easy call for us. Overcard, Broadway draw. Oh, gonna let it go. Gonna let it go. And Eddie goes for the float with the bottom pair after Nick continues into the field. Does have the best hand here. And Candice would have pinged it off on the turn. So look at her. Look at her. She put her head in her hands. Would have turned the stones.
No giveaways there, was there?
And if Nick goes for it here, he's a brave man, Tower.
Yeah.
I think I'm just waving white flag. We can see that Eddie does just have bottom pair, but this man is not a folding type of player. He likes to call, likes to see all 5 cards. I only really like this if Nick is willing to unload clip on river. Sometimes this 7 deuce can get you in a lot of bother trying to win a pot, trying to find the barrels down the streets. Goes for exactly pot size here on the turn. And Eddie does pick up and down now with his bottom pair and not going anywhere. Makes the call. So brick river please. And let's see if Nick's got it in the lockup. Oh, king of clubs. Wow. So we got the board here as Nick Marchington, and general rule in this game, when we are at the bottom of our range tower, never a bad thing to put chips into the middle, and does go for the send and snap fold from Eddie, and Nick does have the 7 deuce. He's going to show the table. No games on, but everyone seems to be getting amongst it. Ewan's like, what are you doing? Sometimes when you're very good at this game, you've got to give the action back. And goes for the triple there with the 7 deuce and gets the job done.
Can you please, all finalists remaining in tonight's turbo, please start retaking your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break. That's all finalists of the turbo, please.
Why did they choose that table for both finals? Just because it's on the stream?
I don't know.
Is that one? Like it? Is that their idea? Like it. They are on, just started the Turbo FT as we saw the picture being taken. All smiling for the camera.
I saw her as well when I went on that break about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
You never guess who's jumped in the high roller?
My mate Ravi.
Yeah, your mate Ravi.
Yeah, he told us. He was straight in. He said, I'm not even missing a level of blinds. Get me in, he says.
You can't just have a night off, can you?
He's having tomorrow off when he's bagged chips in tonight. That's what he says.
Well, no, he'll have to play day 2.
Oh, day 2 tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course
we're streaming it, Tower.
Oh, yeah, we're streaming day 2 tomorrow. I'm thinking it's still day 1, so you can buy in. How many seats did the cash out satellite generate? Was the question.
I'll have a look now for you.
We can ask. We can look on the Poker Live app. Have a look on the Poker Live app and that'll tell you. There we go.
Yeah, still registration open so far. It's generated 11 seats.
Wow, massive.
11 seats.
11, and you can still buy in. 11.
Can I please final call for turbo players to retake your seats? You have just under 1 minute remaining on your break. That is final call for turbo players. Please retake your seats.
He's going for Steve. Makes it 35. Eddie with the 10-3 of hearts goes for 3 bet. Going after it makes it 75 to go. And Steve just playing cool. And I like this from Steve. We haven't actually seen too much free betting from Eddie. Just rolls one in here with 10-3, but not been too much free betting going on from Eddie, so I don't mind Steve just opting to play out of position rather than 4 betting and getting 5 bet and having to fold. Jack of clubs on the turn. Is it? Checking back, drawing to just a 3. It's a 5 of clubs, so not high hand for Steve here. Happy to play check. No merit in betting this spot. We just want to get to showdown, and Eddie gonna go for the bet with the 10-3 and gets it through. 3 bets to 10-3, bets flop, goes for the bet on the river after turn check. How are we doing? The nuts. Hi lads, great job as always. Just in the door from Larry Froley's gig. Great numbers, but I had no joy. Are you on Twitch for the next few days? Yes, we'll be on Twitch all the way through till we crown a main event champion on Sunday. And I have no idea who Larry Froley is.
Me neither. Who's Larry Froley? Give us a clue. It's from we need to find out who Larry Froley. We are on Twitch indeed, and YouTube, and Facebook. And you can join us on Twitter, X, whatever it's called nowadays. Do we have to update that now, do we? That tweet birdie thing's gone.
Nah.
We need to update it, don't we? Shall we keep it?
We keep it.
Because
everyone knows what it means, don't they?
Knowing what Elon Musk does, he'll change it back soon anyway. Follow us on Twitter. Evening, Joe. Ah, just a local game. Good lad. Hope you. No good, he says. Great numbers, no joy. But yes, we're on every day. We're on till 1:30 tonight, and then we're back in at 1 PM tomorrow for the High Roller Day 2, crowning a champion in that one, and then Friday, Saturday and Sunday concentrating on the main event.
Steve got the barrels in the locker. I'd love to see a double barrel here, Tower. I think it would be a very nice candidate to go with. Going to have more 7x versus gun after peeling on the button, like 7-6 suited through to 10-7 suited. Then the A7 suited, King 7 suited can be in there. And then we still got 2 overcards and equity to the nuts in the form of a jack. But I'd really like to see the double barrel here from Steve, because 1 pair holdings and over pairs are going to be calling once on the turn. It's not a 4-liner. I thought it was the 6 of clubs on the board. I've just seen the board, it's the deuce of spades. So it does actually make things a bit different here.
Has the 6 of clubs been...
Yeah, it must have been the burn card.
Yeah.
I could still go after it as Steve here, and he is going to, with the king queen, and Giggs with his top pair facing this chunky river bet, 9 into 7, 130% on the end. The thing is now, once Steve goes his size, it's not going to be a 1 pair holding, it's going to be 2 pair plus. We've actually got a very clean catch here with the queen 10, removal to queen jack, removal to some 2 pairs with that 10 in there. But Giggs thinks better of it and is just going to fold to the overbet. Give Steve credit for the hand, and well played, Steve. Takes it down with the worst of it. King high gets the trick done.
So Nick, Ewan doing well.
I think Nick's up over 10k, Tower.
Yeah.
He sat with 3.5, and I don't think he's pulled up once. So
first time I've seen him play cash as well.
Yeah. Got the beast mode turned on. Ran it with the 7 deuce. Also ran it with the 7-3 versus Ewan, if you remember that hand. You put Ewan in the blender for a good 4-minute tank on the river and got the fold.
Yeah, he's got him to fold twice with a better hand as Ewan. Folded 2 pair. Ewan with Nicholas last time with the ace on an ace 6-6 flop. He did indeed.
Makes it 25, Eddie, with the 3 bet to 85 with the queen jack.
How many runners expected for the main?
nice little squeeze spot. I'm not sure, Tower.
400?
Yeah, 400's always a good line. So,
What do you mean? 400.
and Ewan's going to take it. We need some bluffs when we go for the cold four, like ace-5 suited, king-queen off. Going to be hands that not always, like we're not going to just 4-bet the king-queen 100% of the time. Like we're going to do it at a fairly small frequency, but it's how we set our own frequencies. But when we 4-bet, we can't just 4-bet ace-king, queens plus. We need to find some bluffs in there, otherwise opponents that are good will understand that once we 4-bet, it's always the goods, whereas once we do start balancing in some king-queen off, some ace-5 suited, jack-9 suited, these type of hands, puts a bit more balance about our game and means we can get some more action with our strongest hands. But having to just fold to the 5-bet there from Geeks, what a spot for him, waking up with the ace-king. So 81 in the high roller.
That's big.
That is big. We probably usually get about 30% increase on buy-ins. So let's say 25 added to that. Couple more buy-ins today. I reckon going to be another 110 odd coming back tomorrow, Tower.
Yeah. How many left in?
Left in. Let's have a look. 38.
38. So you can double that for tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, big one.
So top pair for both Gigs and Nick here. Battle of the A6. And getting 4-1 here. Expect Ewan to call closing the action, Tower. Getting 5-1 now that Eddie wants to flick it in with the Queen 10. I don't mind it. We've got a gut shot.
10 for Eddie.
We've got a gut shot in position. Getting decent price.
Here it comes. King of clubs. Boom. We've got the king of clubs as you.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if this one didn't check through here, Tower. Like Geeks should recognise that once he gets called in 3 spots, almost impossible to get value from worse unless it's one of those big equity draws. So like the decision to check, and I think Nick can even check his hand here. We've gone 4-way to the turn here. Still some potential better ace-x out there, some 2 pairs. It's going to go small. If we are going to bet, do like this choice for a small size. Eddie's in with his gut shot. Ewan should be getting out the way now, although getting 4.5-1. And I'd like to see fold here from Geeks. I know we can see a lot of the time he's going to chop this with Nick, but I just think it's very difficult for us to ever be good here. Once we bet into 3 opponents, get called in 3 spots, then Nick wants to bet into 3 opponents on the turn. And they will end up chopping this up if we do get to showdown.
Yep, checked all the way around. Chop it up. Jigs and Nick, chop it. Get it. Get sound of the way. So 5, 5, 10 cash till 1:30. Tomorrow's a high roller. Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the main events. Give me a decent turnout. 400 runners around, I reckon. I know there's EPT Barcelona on. Don't forget the numbers, as always. Flop, 125 on the call. Queen on the turn for Geeks. Eddie, they're in. Oh, we're drawing dead, Eddie.
Oh, Eddie.
Oh, steady Eddie. Looked like fast Eddie then. Question was, does Eddie ever fold? No.
Drawing dead, not a good spot to be in when there's nearly 2k in the
just
middle.
tapped the table and said good night. Thanks for entertaining us, Eddie.
Yeah, quite happy he was on the table tower. Gave
Absolutely.
us some entertainment for 4 hours or so. Much prefer the watch when we've got an action player. Happy to get in the mix, happy to run some bluffs, cool it down light.
Is it tea time or is it water time?
Could be both.
Both?
You want me to get both?
Both? Are you going to get... Go and see if there's a what? Have a wander.
Have a wander.
PLO 6 is about to get rather lively. Good luck, Eddie. Well, don't leave empty-handed, Sunshine. Where's it going? Unbelievable, Techers. Jacks for Candice, raises up. 3-bet and a call from Yomi Ace 4, 965 flop. Nice flop for Candice. Gonna check call. Oh, the turn card. Where's that come from? You could flick in a check here, you know. You really could. Which he has. And the river brings the back, brings the foot stroke, completes, also completes any small holdings. There it is. Candice just go with a check on the turn. Got her confused. Yeah.
I've got to say, that was me.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks. I sent one back, I think. War.
Did you?
So we lose Eddie. Seed open, ladies and gentlemen. Who's on the list? Who's on the list? That's what we need to know.
I've got a question for you, Tower.
All right.
Have we seen
Is it hard?
Have we seen aces today?
Oh, that's not hard. No.
Against Queens, there we go. As we say, it was Steve that had Queens, wasn't it? Ken had the aces. I have been reminded. Second time with the ladies for Steve. And if anyone's capable of the 4-bet bluff, we've already seen it. Nick does have it in the locker, but it seems like his timing is just on point today. Bluffing when his opponent's weak, finding the fold when his opponent's strong, and that's just top-notch poker. Not much else to say about that. Timing is everything in this game, and makes a good lay down there with the ace-8 suited. Oh, ladies out again, this time for Will. Makes it 150, gets it through.
They're already on a break in the background in the Turbo final. Big colour up. It's been a busy all week in London, and more to come the next 4 days. Make the mods back in.
Steve now at Kings. All the
Must be
hands
nice.
are out. And not going to get any action again. No action with the ladies. No action with the Cowboys.
No. Ace is next hand.
I feel like this is going to be.
Look who's just buying in.
Oh, Ravi.
There he is. Give me some chips, he says.
I feel like this game could slow down for the last 2.5 hours, Tower. Now that Eddie has left the building, I think everyone else is fairly snug, solid, picking their spots more meticulously, whereas Eddie was getting involved every pot, wanting to play posts.
Yep.
No, it's finished. Ravi scooped it, Mick. Won it outright again. Look, as I say this, I said we haven't seen many hands. We see Queens, then Kings. Now Queens versus Aces.
Yep.
And it's Giggs' turn to get cooled. And this is small blind versus third blind, so ranges are supposed to be fairly wide here, and both players at the top end.
Yep.
And Will can't really 4-bet to a size not all in here, Tower.
Queens no actions, Kings no action, Aces plenty.
Well, he's going to go for 4-bet, but the only reason I'm not the biggest fan of this, we're not putting in this much of our stack to fold.
No.
We're not leaving ourselves with 900 back. It's going to go in anyway, but the times that say Geeks has like a 10s, ace queen suited, something like that, sometimes we may give him potential to get away from it when we just look so strong going for the 4-bet all in. But this one's just a setup and not much either player can do, always going in. We can find a queen as Geeks, both still alive in that deck. Club's not working, no runners, so down to a queen and only a queen.
They're still live.
That doesn't change a thing.
No.
Still the 2 outs.
Still live. And it's not. We're only running it once.
Well, you got any food recommendations?
The steak's good, and the beef skewers, but they're out of them today. Yeah.
They tried to get them. They're out. The problem with steak, is that I do think it's noticeably better at hippo.
Ace 4 suited for Ken, making it 30. Six on the suited for Geeks in the big blind. Going to go for call here, and that's going to bring Nick in the big with the king 6 off. Coming to the party.
Is Cal still here this week? Playing the rest of the festival?
Yeah, Cal's been here all week. Not had the best week so far. He bubbled, stone cold bubbled the PLO 1k.
Ouch.
Not sure if he cashed in the midi. Knowing him, he's probably still in the turbo. Might be on that FT and we've missed him.
It could well be.
Is the aircon down in the tower?
Yeah.
I thought so. It's a bit hot in here.
Yeah.
A little bit hot. I just saw that industrial fan unit to the left of the screen.
Yeah. It is down, unfortunately. Plenty of units around the room trying to cool the players down. Oh, Swifty's off to bed. Grabbing an early one at 11 o'clock. Hoping to be up either Friday or Saturday, possibly, as long as you get your replacement car. I thought you had a replacement car.
She said in the chat she's getting it tomorrow.
Oh, have we got the little broom bag? Or is that still waiting to get fixed? Look forward to seeing you over the weekend. Fingers crossed you make it across. London Village, and we'll see you over the weekend, Katie. Safe trip when you do make it, and we'll see you soon.
So 6 on the river, nice clean value bet here for Ken now. Once it checks through turn, gonna think we've got the best hand most of the time, get some value from some worse Jack-X and 10x in there as well. Can credibly rep bluffs, hands like King Queen, Queen 9 suited. Maybe an Ace Queen in elect to 3-bet, Queen 8 suited gonna be in there perhaps. Goes for 150, and you're not insta-folding here. Obviously Ken was in the third blind, so Ewan probably thinking he's going to have a very wide defend range, going to call like all his 8x and 9x with backdoor flush draw on the flop, but I just think the King 8 too optimistic tower. He might elect to bluff like a King 9 here, although we'd be chopping with that, like even like an Ace 8, Ace 9, and does get out of the way. I think it was a bit too optimistic to find the hero there. Ewan agreed.
Good cup of tea, Jay. Nice
Hello.
one, mate. Well done.
All right, thank you.
it.
Oh, well, I'll do them all week. I'll happily do them all week. Phil.
Okay. Nice one, buddy. Thanks. What day did you get here, Jay?
Today. I got here at, I arrived at Houston at R5.
You've been here to play?
Yeah, I played the PLO, that was it. I just come down. I come down Saturday for the PLO, played that, bagged up for day
Final
2.
tables.
Went to a cash game.
Made the money.
Finished at 8 in the morning, was back here at 1, and then played day 2.
Dedicated.
Yeah, that is dedication, yeah. But literally I bagged up for day 2 in the PLO, went straight to a cash game, finished at 8 in the morning, had some kip, come back here at 1 PM and played day 2. That's all I've been here for. Just a PLO.
I'll be in my pyjamas, mate.
It's a good little comp, good structure that PLO 1K.
Yeah.
Credit to Jim for that one. Very nice structure on that. Was plenty of play, even deep in the tournament. That's what we like.
Good runners?
Yeah, 64 runners. I think for a 1K PLO, not bad.
Yeah.
Especially when there's other ongoings in the world
Absolutely.
of poker at the moment.
Yeah.
It's just nice, like sometimes people will throw like a PLO comp on and not realise when you get to the back end of the tournament it's going to be like 10 big blind, and like in PLO it's literally who runs best at 10 big blind average stack. But when the average is like 30 BBs, you got a lot more play and a lot more room to manoeuvre. Skill edge. It's going to become more of a factor.
So Action Tracker just catching up.
Jim's watching the stream.
Hi up, Jim. Good evening. Action Tracker just missed the hand.
He says there's
Apologies about that.
Says there's a new episode of High Stakes Poker on. And I'm sick of the stream.
When's the new GM coming to meet the team, Jim? That's what we need to know.
What? New GM?
There is.
What, here?
New GM in the Vic.
Yeah.
There is indeed.
A big fan.
There is indeed. Watches the live stream all the time.
Has he?
I don't know. I don't know who it is. No idea. Absolutely no idea.
I think I've met him already.
You're presuming it's a he?
I think I've met him already. Has he only been here, like, was he here the last week?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Pocket nines for Steve, 3-bet to 110. Hijack open from Nick, gonna pill here. King, Queen, Deuce, Rainbow here. And looks like Nick Marchington going to take the initiative right off the bat and gets the better hand to fold. Snap fold from the nines of Steve. Ace suited for Nick. Will be opening, makes it 25 to go. And action alert. Incoming 3-bet from Ken.
$275.
90.
90.
Yeah, Nick forgot to put the straddle on. So
I keep thinking those red ones are the hundreds. But they're not. They're the fives.
Nick gonna go.
There's the raise
for the snap 4-bet here, making it 3-2-5 with the ace jack suited, and Ken just gonna have to play flat here, Tower.
Yeah.
With the jacks, once we 5-bet this deep, I just think we go into a remit. I guess we do flush out the bluffs like a hand Nick has on this occasion, but very difficult to get value from worse hands like 8-7-5, like 10s, 9s, all this stuff now going to be folding. Still get continues from ace king. And the other thing, Tower, the times that we are met with the 6-bet, we've just got to fold. And here we go. Nick is going to make the call. And in Ken's head here now as well, he needs to be assigning Nick aces and kings as part of his range here, Tower. Like, I think Nick's good enough to just flat aces and kings, even out of position. Like, once we do 6-bet, we kind of start turning our hand face up.
One of the worst flops for jacks. But Nick checks. This could be a check raise from Nick.
It won't be check raise in the Tower. Small bet from Ken, just betting range here. Has the kings, the queens, the aces, the ace king, all part of his 5-betting range here. And Nick, I'm just going to go for call. Getting this price for it, 5.5 to 1. No real decision with this one. We're not going to raise on this board simply because of the advantage in terms of range that Ken is going to have in this situation. 9 of spades on the turn does complete the jack 10. However, Jack 10 suited should only really be part of Nick's range, not going to be any Jack 10 in Ken's range as the 5-better. And this should just be a check behind here now from Ken. Like, Nick can still have some ace king, not going to be folding. He can still have a set of queens, set of kings here. Like, it's just a disaster for us if we bet and somehow get raised and get flushed off our equity with the spade in play. 3 of spades on the river. So Ken's going to like to see that. Like, and in a 5-bet pot tower, there shouldn't actually be many bare ace of spades for Nick here. He's not going to peel any offsuit ace-x other than specifically ace-king off. So the only ace of spades that Nick can rock up with on this river is aces, ace of spades, or ace-king, ace of spades. Ace-queen off's going to fold pre to the 5-bet. Like, he's just going to be peeling the suited aces. So there's actually not too many hands that Nick gets to this river with that contain the nut flush, unless it's specifically aces, ace of spades, or ace king, ace of spades.
No, we're in the spot with the jack of spades.
Yeah, but
Could you have the ace queen of spades?
yeah, but that would already be a flush on the turn. He can have the ace queen suited, the ace jack suited, the ace 10 suited, all turn flushes, but he can't.
Calling about 5-bet with ace queen pre.
Ace queen suited, yeah. I think suited, getting that price, he would come along. Offsuit, he'd get out of the way. But like, he'll have a lot more turn flushes than rivered flushes here, if that makes sense. Because it's only the bare ace king, the bare aces that get to the river with the ace of spades. But he can also have queens with the queen of spades here, and he can also have some like queen jack of spades, queen 10 of spades, which are turn flushes here for Nick. And then we need to start thinking about bluffs here. From Ken's perspective, what hands is Nick going to elect to call flop and then bluff this river? And the hands are going to be the hands that Nick has. Ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, that aren't the spade variety. They're going to be the good bluffs here on the end for Nick. So it's a real tough spot. Like, the other question you've got to ask yourself, is our opponent capable of finding a bluff here on the river for this size in a 5-bet pot? Really tough river decision here for Ken. I really don't know what he's going to do, Tower, but I think versus Nick, who will find the correct bluffs in this scenario, we just have to pay it off. Like, let's give him 6 combos of ace jack and ace 10 suited that aren't spades. Let's say he could have like a queen jack of clubs, queen jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, these type of hands, that second pair that now wants to turn it into a bluff. I guess we can add a little bit of those type of holdings in there. But I just think because the value is so scarce, Tower, like, I guess he will have some turn flushes, but in terms of rivered flushes, it should only really be ace king, ace of spades, aces, ace of spades, with a bare spade in his hand. But does he go for value with queens, with the queen of spades? Does he go for value with queen 10 of spades, queen jack of spades? These type of hands here. A real tough river spot here for Ken. Like, we only beat a bluff, and Ken will be aware of that. Like, just the bluff catcher here. Nick's never doing this. He wouldn't be in the pot with eights, with 8 of spades, or any type of hand that contains a lower down spade in a 5-bet coup. So just the pure bluff catcher here for Ken. It's just whether he can deduct that Nick will find the correct bluffs on this river. And I think they're just going to be built around these type of hands: the ace jack suited, the ace 10 suited, the queen jack, the queen 10 suited. Like, all the offsuit combos aren't going to peel out of position to a 5-bet. The only offsuit hands that are going to be peeling that aren't a pair is ace king in this 5-bet scenario, which still sometimes may fold. So it's a real toughie for Ken. But I think just because of what we've mentioned about rivered flushes for Nick, there's not too many
Good
in there.
call, sir.
And does make the call. And Nick says
you
"You're
win."
good. And jacks are good for Ken. Very nice indeed. Very well played pot from both, I think, Tower.
Well done, sir.
Nice little poker hand to watch there. And like I say, in these 5-bet pots, when ranges are so condensed to only probably 30 or less combos of hands, you can really delve into it and start thinking about the offsuit hands that peel the 5-bet, the suited hands that peel the 5-bet, and in 5-bet pots, unless it's specifically ace king, there's no unpaired hands that are going to contain the bare ace of spades or bare queen of spades that are involved in that scenario. And I think Ken has figured it out going on that alone. I just think jack of spades too high up to be
He was
folding
thinking
that.
about it a long time, wasn't he? Obviously going back, remember when he folded the overpair to Nick, the 10s on the 9-9 flop. That was that might have been going into his mind as he always got it. But not that time.
Or if not stream, I thought. I'm thinking the stream probably.
4-5 suited for Ken. Opens from gun and Geeks makes the squeeze. Well, just a 3-bet to 120 and should be cool in here, Ken. I'd like to see cool with a 4-5 suited. I spoke about it earlier. Actually a really nice hand with position to peel 3-bets against. A lot of the time, assuming we're not up against a pair, we're going to have 2 live cards, and the times that we make the will, although it's going to be a small percentage of the time, we have those ace-x holdings that are going to be in our opponent's range as the 3-better that we can get a whole host of value from. So definitely a viable continue here from Ken. I don't think this is too loose at all, especially deep as well. 200 deep to start the hand. It's not only about hitting the flop, making trips or 2-pair or a flush. It's also about understanding the boards that are good for us. The times it comes 9, 8, 7, start unloading the clip as the caller of the 3-bet, just going to be favouring our range. Like, all good to peel these hands, but you need to be aware of how we're going to proceed down the streets and what boards are going to be ours that we want to go after it on, and what boards are going to be the ones that we just want to surrender. So, interesting turn. Jack of spades gives Geeks the nut advantage here. The Queen Jack 10 board as the 3-bet up, just going to have all these big sets and ace king. Wow, and Ken goes for raise? Oh no, he goes for call. I got confused there with the chips. It looked like he put in a raise there, which wouldn't have been a fan of. Good to see. It was just a call from Ken. And the King of Diamonds on the river here. So just in case, nuts for Geeks. And puts in a sneaky little check here. Trying to induce something from Ken, and Ken sitting here with 5 high, gonna have to go after it now. What a check on the river here from Geeks. And there's the bet. And snap call from Geeks, and Ken gonna show the 5 high. Geeks with the ace queen, gonna be good. Lovely little check from him on the river there. Queen for Steve makes it 60, and going to be 3-betting this up as Nick here with the jacks. And Steve out of the way. Why did he just snap call when he had the nuts? Just simply because on that type of board, the nuts, funny enough, on Twitch is your username, Queen Jack 10 King, no flush draw out there. Like, if we raise a 9 folds, like on that particular board, when our opponent can have an ace X, we're not raising as a bluff. We've got 0 bluff, so raising basically just prolongs it and gets called by our opponent only when we're chopping. But when we just call, our opponent gets to show his hand, and we actually get that information. They had the 4-5 suited there. Like, it's different if it's like 3-2 a flush board and the nuts is a flush, or the nuts is quads. But when it's king, queen, jack 10 and a bare ace is the nuts, like, there's no real merit in raising a bet of that size on the river, because 9x isn't going to call us, because we can't have any bluffs, because our opponent as a better can plausibly have ace-x himself. And then we also get the information of what our opponent was in the 3-bet pot with, that he elected to go after it on the river with. Like, it's a different scenario on flush textures, boat textures, but on a board where the nuts is any ace in the hole, like raising, just never getting called by a 9 because of what we spoke about. Our opponent can have ace-x, and then we get to see our opponent's hand. 0 bluffs. You'd have to be some lunatic to find a bluff in that spot. Have to be a loon. I don't even know where we build bluffs from there, but on king, queen, jack 10 in a 3-bet pot, when the in-position player bets river, like, he can definitely have a whole host of ace-x there, so there's no merit in bluffing when our opponent can have a lot of ace-x. And where are we even going to build the bluffs from? What are we supposed to choose to go for a bluff with? I just think there are some boards on our sound stream try to be very balanced and have bluffs in any given spot, but there are a few exceptions, and I think that board is definitely one of them, where we just can't find a bluff on king, queen, jack 10 in a 3-bet pot, facing a bet from the in-position player. Let's have a look. This is, I'm not sure if this is right, but that's what we've got. I think it's slightly out, because I think Nick's up a lot more, but that's what we've been given to us. Eddie down 4.8k. That is what we have got. As we got action. Ken with ace king, Ewan with queens. Ken just goes for check fold. Nice fold from Ken. Might have taken one off there with the ace king. Not high hand. Ewan capable with position. All the queen 10, king queen, 10-9 suited. All this stuff wrapped around that jack could definitely have a stab. That makes a disciplined but good lay down. He's behind. I've just got to run you through one of these tables in the high roller tower.
Go on then, give it to me.
We got Alex Gulabevs, Brandon Shields, Tim Chung, Kenny Holler and Dominic Nietzsche all sat on the same table.
Wow.
That's pretty stacked even for a 2K. 5 players on there who have all won decent sized tournaments in their career, if not more than once, some of them multiple times, but 5 big names. That is a tough table even for a 2K. high roller chip counts we will bring you before we finish at the end of the day. We got 2 more hours to go. I'm going to pop out for 10 minutes in 15 minutes and then be back for the final 2 hours with you guys. No breaks in a cash game for us, so we just pop out for 10-15
absolutely
when we need it. And it is bloody hot in here.
It's ridiculously hot, very, very warm. Three-handed in the turbo in the background. Have you ever been sat at a table when somebody's got the headphones on and you start talking about them and they've not got the headphones on?
No.
Has that ever happened?
No, I don't think it has. I don't think it has. But might have been, but they didn't actually let us know. Just see tears start rolling down their eyes as they got the earphones on there. I think when you're this deep in a tournament, if you've got like music that sort of tunes your brain into knowing the job at hand, that you're playing poker, that you need to be zoned in, and it sort of gets you in that zone, I think it's perfectly fine. Especially when you're at an FT and you're playing for a lot of money. But sometimes just the little intricacies and having your headphones off and hearing little things around you, what people are saying, can be helpful. Oh, I know that man. He was on the PLO final table, Mr. Earphones. I think his name's Daniel.
Oh, is it on the right?
On the left. On the left.
Oh, on the left.
On the left. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Daniel. Played on the PLO final table with a 1K earlier this week. You know, you said we got a new GM at the Vic. Who was the old GM?
Austin.
Austin?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met him.
No? Or was it Sue? No, Austin was GM, wasn't he?
I always thought
Austin from Bolton.
I always thought the GM was that runner man. Is it Steve? That's left now.
No, he was poker room.
Oh, I always thought that's who the GM was.
No, he was just
Steve.
He was just Steve. That's it, just Steve.
Ah.
No, he was part of the poker room supervisory.
A little bit of action. Top set for Geeks and Nick with 2 overs and flush draw here. Geeks fires for 30. Nick makes the call with position. Six of hearts on the turn. And lovely little check here from Geeks. Wants to build the pot. So going to go for check raise here, and I think Nick's probably going to want to barrel this one. Jack high, flush draw, 2 overcards, can definitely fold out some better hands and still have decent equity to get there when called. Does go for the bet, like it, but going to get the bad news because Geek's going to go for check raise here, I hope. Just going to call. Just going to call. Maybe worried about some flushes out there. Now some 7x getting there on the end. And I think this is another one that we've just got to go with as Nick Tower. We got a club in here, we're blocking 10-7, which is not straight. Going to have a 7x advantage as the call up. Sometimes you just have to keep bluffing when you've got that combo tower and the board falls out how it does. It doesn't mean you're bluffing too much, it just means we keep getting dealt hands and runouts where we just have to bluff, and this is one of them. goes chunky, 450 into 300, 150% here on the end. And Geeks here, I think after we check turn tower, we're just too high up.
Yeah.
Like we've checked call turn here with top set. Yes, the 4 liners completed, but Nick more than capable here. Just too high up our range in my opinion here with 9s. If he folds, I think it's going to be too tight, but he's counting in the call and chips out and does make the call. And Nick's going to show the jack height.
And he just said you win.
And like I say, it's looks to the table that Nick's just firing relentlessly. The 7 deuce was a bit mad, but other than that, I think every other bluff that he's ran, he's had a very nice candidate and board to go with. It can look like just punting it off, but I think every given bluff on the river so far has been a plausible one other than the 7 deuce, and that's just for the stream. The 7 deuce players like to get involved and try and win a pot with it.
Got Candice and Steve out of the way. Will in scene number 1, also out of the way. So we've got Will B and Will. And you and Nicholas.
Yeah, 3 bet or call tower. I think either's fine here with a Queen 10 suited.
I think he's ready at 100. Yeah, he has. There's a 2.5 or 225.
325.
Well,
325. So just north of 3x out of position, and this deep tower, I'm not folding Queen 10 suited with position, that's for sure. Ewan may opt for the tighter approach. I think with body language he probably is, but I just love getting in the mix with these suited broadways in position, getting a nice price. Ewan going to take the tighter approach there.
Do you know what Will Davis just asked me as I was walking past?
What's Towers treble?
Correct. I watch it in Australia every week. What's Towers treble before I go back? That's what he said.
What is wrong with people? Do they enjoy the punishment, Tower? They enjoy the pain and the hurt and losing money. I wake up on the Saturday morning for day 2. I wake up and go, oh no, it's Saturday.
Have I got to go in?
Can I come in at 5? I believe the high roller is going to be bagging soon as well, guys, so we'll get some chip counts before we close out today. We've still got 2 hours left of the cash game. Definitely has got slightly tighter since Eddie left the table. Was putting on a bit of a show for us, was good to watch, good action. But saying that, Nick's been getting after it.
He has indeed. He has indeed.
Candice with the A6 off, gonna make it 30. And Will with King 3, gonna call with position. Yes, we are live fresh. We are at the Victoria Casino, Edgware Road, the Grosvenor. We're here for 5 days of coverage, kicking off with our cash game stream. And then tomorrow we've got day 2 of the high roller. Playing that one down to a champion. Going to be a long day, in my opinion, just looking at runners. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, main event coverage of our 1250 main event. Probably around $500,000 prize pool. What we're hoping for.
Good luck to the 3 in the turbo. AFT of the turbo above us. Candice, Ace King. Yes, some premiums. That will do. One raise and take. Rest of the week in London. There it is. We're on the high roller day 2 tomorrow, after cash tonight. 40-minute clock all the way through. 2 levels of buy-ins tomorrow. You can buy into the high roller for the first 2 levels, and then we'll be playing down to a winner. Main event day on Friday, we'll be concentrating on the full day starting from 12. Saturday the cup starts, £550 side event. That finishes on Sunday, as well as the main event and the seniors and the PLO to get involved with. And as you see there, a big blind ante on the PLO, because I think that's due to time as well. Late reg till 5:15. There'll be people still buying into that. But plenty going on here in London and the Vic until we crown a champion, and we look down at the boots for Kenny Boy. It's a bit of action as well. 3-way to a flop.
Yeah, some legitimate candidates here for Geeks and Ewan. Checks over to Ken.
There is a flop. It's got the king of spades on it by the looks of that. King, 2-8, 2 spades. Turns a 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, I'm going to be large sizing here from Ken. I'd like to see. We've got the ace of diamonds in our hand, maybe because of that we might go smaller, but the 2-tone boards in general want to be sizing up, going a lot bigger once the double flush draw does come in on the turn. It goes 3-7-5, so 2/3 thereabouts. And you're going to have to call once more. Still plenty of bluffs out there. Front door spades, back door diamonds, even hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10 that want a barrel, blocking some plausible King X combos. So there's the call from Ewan. And this is where a decision is going to occur, dependent on river. Not the best card in the deck here for Ken. Flush does complete. 8x does get there. However, there shouldn't actually be an 8x out there here, Tal. Ewan's not going to call ace-8 versus the second barrel, in my opinion.
Nope.
And there's no 8x suited that's a flush draw on the turn because of the 8s on board. So, although the 8 can bring a flush for Ewan, I doubt it's ever going to bring trips, and Ken just checks back. Is there ever a well where we can value bet there? I'm not sure. Maybe it's slightly too thin, but 8x shouldn't be a thing. Front door spades is the worry. Still potential to get called from a King X holding. I am going to grab a quick 15. Would you like?
So Jay off his final 15-minute break, and then all the way through till 1:30 in the morning. I'll grab 10 minutes after Jay comes back. We are on a cash table. Obviously, with the cash, there is no breaks scheduled. But plenty to get involved with this week, and also the rest of the season as well. Some good NPL events coming up. We'll show you them after this hand. What is coming up? Nice lot for Will B in C1, Queen 10-10. So coming up for the rest of the season, in yellow, there we go. We're in the Vic now. In yellow we'll be in Luton, in yellow we'll be in Leeds, and in blue we'll be in Coventry for the 888 festival that's going on at the CBS Arena. We're looking forward to that. £888 main event. GUKPT Blackpool in November. And then the final 2 weeks, we'll let you know what we're streaming in the Vic. We'll let you know if we're here for both weekends or just the one later in the year. There are plenty going on, and there's 25, 50s and deep stacks to get yourself involved with as well. So plenty going on for the rest of the season. How many runners do you think the 5k will get in Coventry? I think the super high roll has been changed price-wise. I do believe. We'll try and get you an updated schedule this week.
It'll be a 3k.
But we think it's 3k because they changed the price of the main event, didn't they, to 888. Ah, the 888 event is now 800 plus 88. That makes sense. That makes sense. So the 888 event, we'll get that changed, is 800 plus 88. The high roller, Ben. The high roller is 2,000 total, 1888 plus the juice of 112, so 2,000 total. And the super high roller is 3k total for the buy-in, 2850 plus the juice. So changes to the 888. Main event is 800 plus 88. The high roller is 1888, and the super high roller is 2850. Get that sorted out for you, and it'll be on a template, and hopefully we'll get the full schedule by the time we get to Luton. Great changes, to be honest, says Ben. Yeah. I think once the main had changed, then the rest had to follow suit. and all for the better for the players. Meet the mod. Into with the commands, he's put Goliath 24. The dates are set for Goliath next year if you do want to pre-book. Put the dates in the diary for next year. It finishes on the 4th of August next year when we're crowning a champion of Goliath 2024. Thanks for the info, Mick. So Ken flops top. Check call from Nick Marchington on the flop. Check the turn. In the tank, top for Ken on the flop, turn these 2 pair. Still in the tank, and he eventually makes a good fold. Nick Marchington folding the 8s on an ace 10. 6-3, 10 flop. Top. Mr. Simon Spence, come to join us on YouTube. How are we doing, Simon? Big love back. Missed you last weekend. Or the weekend before. Can't remember. All rolls into one. When you fall asleep, you wake up. As long as you wake up, that's all that matters.
I don't actually personally like much on New Zealand. If that's all you're allowed to have.
I can hear Cal Moriel in the background. Hope you're well, Simon. Have a well-earned rest, and we'll see you at the next event. Pretty sure.
Drink. So, you want to drink? Tea.
Bit of action. Ace 7 for Steve, top pair. Ace Nick has him out kicked, and Candice second pair. Should be calling once. which she does, better 60 and a call, so Steve will come along. Yep, there we go. 3-way to the turn. Two of clubs, Nick turns best. Not only the winning hand, but he has now turned the nut for stroke. Candice out of the way with the jack. Steve calls the 200. Oh, bingo! Off suit 7. Steve in seat number 9.
Four screens.
It looks so dry.
5 of them. 4 Steve's. Perfect. Are you beginning and ending with Pongo? You're gonna play back to back, aren't you? You need to take that end one.
So Nick, I'm surprised you Nick bet around about 600 in this coup. How big has he gone? That I can't work out. Oh, he's gone small. He's gone small, 180. It looked a lot. Got to be thinking on this dry board. Steve should be raising up. What does he make it? 500? No, he just calls. He just calls me 2 pair. I thought there was a race going in then. Well, obviously not. Obviously not. Nick back down to 10.7. Was up to 16. Oh, you're an hour. Stop that.
Not my favourite saying, though. Sweet salad, man.
Has Jay gone for another salad? No, there's no food involved this time, Ben. No food involved at all. He has gone for very fresh air in the club room or outside onto the veranda. What's it called?
Terrace.
The terrace. The loft.
Loft. I'm guessing.
You just guessed. Oh, good effort. Yeah, I thought the race was coming in there with the 2 pair on the river, I must admit. Nick makes it 60 with Queen 10 off. Candice decides to get out of the way. And we see a flop. Will with a 5-4.
Played it myself, that's what I've been.
I've got the wings. It's cutlery.
Good evening, Scotty, watching on YouTube. Hope you're well. Tuning in. Tuning in for the last hour and a half, last 90 minutes. Tuning in. Hope things are well, Scotty. Watching on YouTube.
It's Jake on for another salad. I was making the food.
That's what we said. No food involved.
This is 5% capped at 10, Darren. 5% capped at 10.
You know when you go outside,
yeah,
for a bit of fresh air, what's it called? I don't mean going outside, I mean the actual place.
The loft.
Yes. It's not the terrace.
The terrace?
The terrace. Yeah, capped at a tenner. Let me tell you, don't get many games around the world capped at a tenner. Anywhere.
With this much on the, what, 30, 40k on the table?
Yeah.
You're not getting many games with that amount.
Absolutely
capped
not.
At 10.
Absolutely not.
Ace King for Nick. Was flying the whole session until about an hour and a half ago. One of his bluffs got called, then another one got called. Still sporting a nice profit in this game so far today. Just raise and take there with the Ace King, no action. Candice opens from cut-off. Steve goes for flat with 9s here. I think we'll have some flats. I think slightly more 3-bets. Cut-off versus button here. We're just going to call. Off to the flop. We go between these two. Heads up. Been doing a bit of work, cut-off versus button, as of late. And like Candy's here, like, you're actually supposed to play a very heavy check in these situations. Like, on first glance, it looks like it's a king high board, good for our range. But in theory, Steve actually has the stronger range here, because cut-off opening range is going to contain like a lot of the offsuit ace X, suited king X, suited queen X, so many hands that just whiff on boards. So therefore, for that reason, the buttons range actually becomes slightly stronger, because we're going to have all these hands that open that wouldn't be calling on the buttons. We're going to have so many more whiffs. So in these type of situations, cut-off versus button, you're simply meant to be checking a fair amount. Even on like the king high boards, there are some boards that we're going to have bets, but even on this particular board, meant to be doing a lot of checking. But now Steve goes for the raise straight off the bat here with the 9s, and Candice does have the ace of spades in here, but out of position. Thinks better of it, lets it go, shows it unfolds. No action from the set of Steve. Maybe, Ben, maybe. Kills the time when you're in an Uber. If there's no game online, get the old study in some way. King 9 suited for Ken from under the gun, raises to 30.
Dealers in the high roller, please finish the hand draw on and close the deal. Once again, finish the hand draw on and close the deal.
Wow, Geeks just flatting ace king here. No, he did go for 3-bet. Graphic error, makes more sense. Gets it through, Ken out the way. $90 minutes to go for us this evening, guys. We are back tomorrow, live on stream from 1 PM. We're going to have some giveaways throughout the day. Only probably a couple in the early stages of day 2. We'll save the lion's share for Friday when we're covering main event day 1B. Under the gun, fruity open from Candice, goes for the raise with the 6-4 suited, makes it 25. Everyone's just been going after it with 7 deuce. There's no 7 deuce game on, guys, but everyone gets dealt this hand and is just running it relentlessly. Will this time from the cut-off 3-bet into 85, and Ewan, his potential cold 4 candidate here, will he find it? As I said earlier, we do need some bluffs in there. Ace 5 suited, King Queen off, Jack 9 suited. These type of hands to balance out the times that we have the aces, kings, queens, ace, king. And Ewan does find the cold 4 here. Beautiful candidate to do it with as a bluff, and it should be working. And Ewan shows the 5. Pocket 9s for Will, 25 straddles on, raises to 75. 3-bet from Ken with the Cowboys, bumps up to 275. And I'm not going to be folding this one as well here. Hijack versus big blind, happy to call, go post with position, as he does. Well, that's the overkill on the flop there for Ken. Flops the nut boat with the kings. Goes for check. Going to take a freebie with the 9s and 9 of clubs in there, and it's a 5 on the turn. So not dead just yet, Will. Can find the running 5s for a chop. And Ken now going for value here. I'm going to get called. Going to have to call once here as well with the 9s. And then decision will occur on the river. Expect to just see all in from Ken on all rivers. It's an annoying one though, like when you really think about it, we've got 2 kings in our hand. It's very hard for Will to have a king here. So a lot of the time once he calls turn, it is going to be like 6s through jacks. Jacks may choose the 4-bet rip, 10s may choose the 4-bet rip actually at this stack depth. So I guess we just target 6s through 9s, these type of holdings here, and then once in a while when Will has the case king, And I guess the bluffs are going to come from some sort of ace queen, ace jack maybe. Probably not. That's probably going to want to just show down and knuckle it over to the player in position. And like all the queen jack, queen 10, going to be c-betting flop on the king high board. They're just going to bet small. I don't think they're going to be opting to check. So we don't actually really beat much here as well now I really think about this one. And Ken out of position can definitely check a king on the flop. Doesn't need to have kings. He can check some king queen, some king jack, some king 10, some ace king with a club. All these type of hold-ins. But once he doesn't c-bet this flop, I actually think his range is going to be a lot stronger. If he's elected to squeeze like an ace-x suited or a queen jack, a queen 10, they're just going to be c-betting on this flop relentlessly. So I think the check is actually going to be a lot stronger here. And I think we'll realise that, like all the queen highs, jack highs, 10 highs, just going to c-bet this flop. So what hands are going to go bet now that we actually beat? And there's actually not much out there. And good lay down from Wilkes. Figured it out, didn't pay it off. No action from Ken with king's full. Cut off open from Geeks. Nice one to continue, blocking the nuts. Can fold out better, some under pair, some ace highs, as we do on this occasion.
If you need to say ta to Will and Lauren, you need to go now. They're off to Australia in 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
They better get to the airport quick.
They're off. If you need to say ta to them, we'll not see them for another 5 years. Lauren and Will.
I gave Tower one job. I gave him one job.
What was the job?
Bring the waters back.
Bring the waters. One job, he says. One job. So the turbo's finished, the high roller is dealing this last certain number of hands for the evening. The cash table is on until 1:30, another hour and 15 minutes. Did you see Lauren?
I haven't.
And Will?
I can see Will.
Yeah. Oh, Lauren's down there speaking to Dina. Not seen each other for 5 years.
Luke Sanford, Jay, are you Irish? I'm half and half.
He is half and half.
Half and half. Half Irish. My mother's Irish.
Does your mum speak Irish? With it still got the accent?
Nah, my nan, she was
Proper.
nan and granddad like thick as anything. The Irish accent.
Yeah.
Like if you ever had friends round and they were over, they wouldn't be able to understand them.
Really weirdly, because like Lauren and Will have both been in Australia now 5 years.
Yeah.
And Will's got no Australian twang or anything.
Yeah.
And yet Katie come back after 6 months and she was like, aye, aye, aye.
I think my flag on Hendon is English. I think my flag on Hendon's always been English. However, for the WSOP, for some reason, I am down. They put me down as Irish. So that I don't know why, but yeah, I've got the English flag on Hendon. They had everything wrong, Luke. They had my surname wrong, they had a D in my surname, they had the hometown wrong, they had Haddiston, not Hoddesdon, and then they had Ireland, not the UK. I was like, oh. I remember my brother messaged me, he was like, is this you? I was like, yeah, that's me.
Imagine if the reporter on Poker News didn't know him.
Bottom pair for Nick. Not much going on for Ewan. Does have 10-8 with the 10 of spades, 8 of clubs. Ah, Ewan was the initial raiser here, so opted to raise it up. Goes for overbet here. 120% on the flop. The 10 of spades, 8 of clubs. Wrap round that 9. Nine of clubs on the turn, so Nick now picking up flush draw to go with his 2 pair. And just with 10 high here, Ewan. I guess if we are ever going to double barrel the 10-8, this is probably the nut combo with a spade and a club in here. Potential to 3 barrel on black rivers. Is going to go for the white flag wave. And a quick check behind from Nick with his king 4. And a queen of spades on the river. And now I think this is just going to have to be a bet here from Ewan. Like fold out some 4x, some deuce x, some ace 3, ace 5. We've got the 10 of spades in our hand here, unblocking all this like ace 3, ace 5 type of stuff. guess we still beat the 5-6, the 5-3, but I think this is just a mandatory bluff here for us as Ewan. And Nick is going to pay it off with the snap call. No, went small, Ewan, went for 260. So, quick one chip from Nick.
So Nick and a wry smile from Ewan as Nick takes in a few.
Cheers, Carl. Tuning out. Good night, fellas. Thanks for tuning in. Back tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Nice one, Carl. Top man. Hope everybody's good in the Bellis household.
Is that Dom Niche? Yeah, it's Dom Niche.
It is, yep.
In the background. He's got an audition for Castaway Tower. It's usually pretty trimmed. Growing the hair out, growing the beard out. Maybe you've seen what Cal's done this year. That's the 2K high roller they're going to be bagging up soon. We'll get some chip counts for you as well, guys, when we get them. Stackfield, that's going to be for tomorrow. His hair and his beard, Ben, are usually a lot neater. They're not usually as grown as they are. He's never clean shaven. That looks like he's growing it out. He's going for Wilt, raises to 75. And raise and take.
Last hour and 10 minutes on the live stream. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. If you are nipping over to bed, if you want to watch the rest of the action, it will be on YouTube tomorrow. Other than that, tomorrow we have the high roller day 2 starting at 1 p.m. on the stream. The team will be in. And then Friday, Saturday and Sunday concentrating on the main events. Will raises to 30 with ace queen. Candice says, yep, I call in the small. 9-6. Steve comes along in the big. Eight, queen, 2 pair for Will. Whole bunch of nothing for anybody else.
What that is?
Oh, okay, go. I'll get you around. That would be a pretty fun bet, to be honest. It's just 1-2 at MGM. But it would rely a lot on trust to race.
What's up with the MGM 1-2 players? Just flamed those guys.
Nick with the king, queen of diamonds, raised to 25. Called in 2 spots again. Candice at it in the button, on the button this time with Jack 7. Does she flop happy? Oh, that's not bad. King, queen, 8. Top 2 for Nick. Candice to flush draw. Not the best flop for Will.
Yeah, not the biggest of pots at the moment. Looks like Candice going to go for raise here. And the Jack 7 suited, making it 60. Interesting one for Nick, whether to flat or whether to free bet. If he thinks Candice is the type of player, once she raises, she's not going to have any folds. I think free betting here is going to be the approach. It does go for
2-2-5.
Yeah, it does go for the free bet. I like against players, if you perceive them once they raise to have a strong hand that they're not folding, then we just
there it is.
Want to go for it straight away. But against people that will have bluffs and raise hands that they will fold to a free bet, then we can just plausibly flat keep some bluffs in. 5 of clubs on the turn here. So flush draw completer for Candice.
Two. 150.
Yeah, snap
all of it.
All in from Candice here. And like this is just an exploit on the turn here from Nick Tower, in my opinion. Like this size of 150 isn't a thing. So now we're just going into the remit of putting this 150 block out and potentially, I don't see how we can fold top 2, but if he does find the fold here, this is why he's chose this size. It's gone tiny on the turn, more like 20%, to try and get some information about Candice's hand and whether she has a flush or not here. And this would be some fold, but top 2 I just think is too high up. But I think if he is electing for this size in as an exploit to try and get information about Candy's hand. He may have it in the back of his mind that he can fold, but as I said, we just can't fold the top 2 pair. We're just too high up. And Candy's in a very good spot to double up here. Put herself back amongst it.
So, do we get unlucky or do we double? We stay in front and double to 2.3. We want Ravi in this game, says Uzni. Can't. He's playing the super high roller. No, he's playing the high roller, sorry. The high roller jumped straight in. We had a chat for 10 minutes. He came in, had a chat in the comms box, and he said, I'm not missing any more blinds and any more hands in the high roller. I'm jumping straight in. And if you see, when the cameras flick from to seat 6 to 10, he's in the background.
So 1 hour left for us, guys.
1 hour.
60 minutes.
An hour.
Closing up shop for the day. Candice with the Jack 10 goes for the limp for 25, and we're going to bump this up here with a Queen Jack suited from the small blind.
DLC bit.
Raises to 110.
Look at a loop or something.
No, all sweet.
Oh, gonna call the Jack 10 off here. We got some playing chips now. Slightly deep up, do have position.
10 Jack off. Ace King 9, 2 clubs.
Yeah, beautiful flop for Will. Not just in terms of the amount of equity we've flopped, but in terms of range. This is our board, and like in my head here already, I'm going to be thinking about sending this one down the streets. Just barreling this on the Ace King high board as the raise up. I'm going to go for check here. Weren't expecting to see that. And Candy's not taking the bait. Checks behind, takes a 3-1. It's the king. I'm probably going to see delay now, tower. Like, we will have a lot of checks with some King X, middle in pairs with the ace on there. Ace King boards, when you've got the King X holdings, don't need to deny equity to anything, so come plausible checks. But Candy's undeterred, going to take another one off here with the Jack 10. Guardable. 8 of hearts on the river, so Queen High is best here. Obviously Will needs to think about hands that Candice is going to have here in this spot. Probably makes the assumption Ace-X is going to best bet flop, but she can definitely have some kings here.
Out the way. And it is good. Last hour of the live stream cash table from the Vic here in London. So the high roller is paused the deal, going to deal a certain number of hands. And Ravi is still in.
King Jack suited. Bumps it up, makes it 85.
Found it.
Just gets that one through. This is the MPL. That's when we're off to Luton. 14th to the 24th. We will be there streaming from the 19th to the 24th.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. We should have the Luton schedule
this
with
week?
us. Yeah.
Where is Jim?
Jim's in tomorrow.
Oh, he's in tomorrow.
Yeah. Luton schedule will be with us from tomorrow. We'll have that schedule shown, and we'll probably get Leeds as well. 888 on the horizon back in Coventry. Turning into a bit of a hotbed, is Coventry for a poker.
It's an unbelievable venue for a poker tournament, though, Tower.
Yeah.
Really great venue for it.
There's nobody that doesn't like it. It's great. Great place. So plenty going on. Plenty of 25, 50s and deep stacks to get involved in.
20 seconds. So, you know, just to try the size, to see what it looks like.
Sixes for Will raises to 60.
So King 10. See the flop of 4-5-4.
Good flop for Will. Happy to continue here with the sixes. Goes to 75.
That's that fold. A little bit of 75.
She's still here.
Connor's looking for the 4K spin for Will in C1. We've got 50 minutes to do it.
Indeed. Can he do it? That's the big one.
Ace 10 for Ewan here, raise and take. No action for him. Ace Queen for Nick. Makes it 60. will be pills of sixes in the big, and Ewan King Jack suited here. He's going to go for the squeeze. Nice candidate to do it with. Ewan and Nick, mega deep. 300 from Ewan. And I think both options available here for Nick. I think 4-bet perfectly fine. I think flat can be merit too. And he's just going to go for the 4-bet, making it 800 here. And these two are mega deep and getting 2.5 to 1, although we're out of position here. Infinite deep. I'm just not the biggest fan of folding suited broadways, getting a good price when we are infinite deep, like 1,000 big blinds plus to start the hand here, these guys. But once Ewan has the right smile, he is going to let it go. Probably the right thing to do, the tighter approach.
Last hour of the live stream for the cash. Back to tournament poker tomorrow with the high roller starting at 1 PM on the stream. If you're busy, you can rewatch it on YouTube and Twitch at your leisure. If you're busy during the day. Other than that, come and join us. The Vic in London. Plenty going on. Plenty of giveaways over the weekend as well. The Jay says.
Got plenty. Plenty to give away. I'll tell you what, we'll even do some giveaways on Sunday if Towers Treble comes in.
Okay.
So Friday, Saturday, going to be the days, guys. And tomorrow we'll probably have a couple. If you want to win yourself a token or two. We gave over 2k worth of tickets out at the Goliath Tower.
Did you get any emails? Did anybody get any? Did you get any, like?
All you do,
Jay, what are you doing?
I send him the message and I go block, so he can't reply to me. No, he's good, Tom. He lets us get away with going over budget. Never complains. What's the treble? Asked Connor. It's a bit early.
It's not Tottenham because they're a 12:30 kickoff.
Good.
So don't worry about that. Leicester City are too short, because all they have been, because they're playing Rotherham United, and we couldn't beat 9 kids playing football at the minute. In fact, to be fair, we gave Everton a game, but I still think Everton have beat us. The Towers Treble will be with us on Saturday. Grosvenor Sport will give us a bit of an incentive as well. We'll text Tom about that. It'll be a bit of value.
Ace 4 suited for you, raises to 85. Gets 2 customers. I'd like to see check here from you, not a really small bet. We do need some top pair checks. I think the ace 4 suited, one that we could mix in from time to time, but is just going to go for the small bet. 75, just south of third. And good fault there from Nick with the King Jack. After it goes C-bet call, recognises that it's difficult to be in front. 8 of hearts on the turn, so intriguing one. Brings in double gut shot here for Geeks. And Ewan turns the nut flush draw to go with his top pair. Now going to start checking. Geek's going to take a freebie. Does catch a piece. And just going to take your showdown. Check, check. You're going to take it with the ace.
Who won the turbo? Did we find out?
I don't know.
Try and find out before the end of the night. Who won the turbo that was in the background? Ravi Sheth was in the mini on the outer table. He managed to win it as he won the midi earlier in the week.
Just
and he's
the main.
now sat on the outer table to the right of the feature, playing the last 5 hands in the high roller to bag up again. What a machine. Gary's off to the Leeds and Reading Festival all over the weekend. You going to Leeds and Reading? Let's take some doing.
Do you know, I read that as Leeds and Reading Festival. I thought he was going to some sort of book club. But yeah. You don't expect 2 places. I'm off to 2 places next to each other.
Off to Leeds and Reading.
He didn't-
They're about 250 miles apart.
Is it not the same festival?
Is it?
But they swap the acts around on different days. So
I
there'll
don't
be
know.
like someone in Leeds on the Friday that will be at Reading on the Sunday.
Oh, right. Oh, I didn't know that. Ah, okay. Is that why Leeds and Reading's always on the same weekend?
Yes.
Well, there you go. Who's the headliners on the Saturday?
Nick going after it again with the 7 deuce. And the Candy's here with the pocket 8s. This is big blind versus third blind versus straddle, and she's going to fold. I can get behind it, but when these ranges are as wide as they're supposed to be, I think 8's going to fare well.
Do it again.
I think we're going to
going to show the 7 deuce.
I think we're going
Yes,
to get
he
credit
is.
with the 4 bet as well. I think they put them a bit closer though, Leeds and Reading. Imagine being an act on the Friday and you've got to get down for the Saturday.
Play first on the Saturday.
You reckon they fly? I bet they fly. Surely they fly.
100%.
Yeah.
They won't be sat in a minute going down the M.
All in a minibus, all the
A34.
acts, yeah.
Exactly. They'll be at National Express. They'll have AC/DC sat next to Guns N' Roses.
Be a good sing song on the way up, wouldn't it?
Imagine Lee and Gallagher being the bus driver and Blur being on the bus at the same time.
Pocket 10s. Steve going with 3 bet. And it's 9s for Will. The thing is, like, I think versus some opponents, versus a Nick or Ewan, I'd just be sending this, but Steve's probably been the most snug at this table. Steve and Will in seat 2 have been fairly snug the whole session, so I don't mind just the call here with position, going post. Doesn't like to see that. Ace high board. In terms of range though, one that Steve is going to have a fair amount of bets on. Does go for 30%, just shy of 150 into 520. Now tricky one for Will to be continuing with this SPR in question, and does just go for the quick fold. I know one of them, Gary. I know one of them names you just mentioned.
Sam Fender's pretty big at the minute. Billie Eilish.
I know the
And
Killers.
the Killers.
That's who I know, the Killers.
Oh.
I don't know the other two.
I know Sam Fender.
Is he the one that was Eurovision for?
No.
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 So we'll open him from hijack and Ewan goes for the free bet with the 10-7 suited.
Didn't Billie Eilish do a James Bond theme tune?
I don't know, Tar. I don't know.
I think she did. Did she? That's without looking.
Oh, she?
Yeah.
See, I didn't even know that. Oh, there we go. I know the Killers. I'll go and see the Killers. The other two, no idea. Ah, look at this from Will. First time we've seen him get in the mix with a light 4-bet. King Queen of Diamonds goes for it and gets you and off the 10 high.
Didn't the Killers sing that one? I got ham, but I'm not a hamster.
I only know Mr. Brightside, that's it.
But I'm not a hamster. I got soul, but I'm not a soldier. That one. So you know the Killers, and you know the one song they did.
That's it. That's literally it. Yeah.
Well, enjoy yourself when you get there. There you go, eyelashes are forever. Pretty sure she did do a James Bond theme. Can't remember which one, but she did. Used to be big things back in the day to get picked to do a James Bond theme tune. Used to be big news.
Yeah, it used to be all like the big singers, didn't it?
Yeah, big news.
Big singers. Now they're just giving it to anyone. Maybe me and you can do the next one, Tower.
Oh, even Adele's done one.
Oh yeah, no, I know Adele's one. The old scaffold.
So we'll be in C1, playing 700. Turns 2 pair. Nick been very active all evening.
Yeah, been good to watch. Gonna have a stab here on the 4 to a flush board. Over bet, 120%. We need to start calling some 2 pairs in these spots. Difficult with our stack size though, I guess as well, but boards that tend to be bluffed a lot, the 4 to a flush. Nick just gets that one through.
So 35 minutes to go until the end of the day's play. And there the chick leaders from the high roller.
Jack Benson up the top of the shop. Good friend of mine, Jack. Loves his poker. Plays recreationally, but backed up the chip lead in the high roller. Let's go, Jack.
Ravi's doubled his stack. 233,000. The man in form. The most man in formland.
He couldn't win that as well.
Of course it could. Of course it could. Are you mad? Of course it could.
Imagine if he won that as well. And then going into the main.
Be odds on.
He could win the high roller, win the main. He'd be top of the National League or close to.
All in a week.
Some other names we got in there. I see Phil Suki, very good player in the mix, Mitch Johnson and Stato. Can't separate them two next to each other on the chip counts.
Arthur Conan, Andy's favourite.
Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, he won this week. Victor Liukin, 112k.
Yeah.
Jack McDermott, Pieface, 104. Have you seen him? He's
I
lost
haven't.
even more weight.
Has he?
Oh, looks amazing, does old Jack.
And Robbie Ball and Dom Nietzsche at the bottom of the pack. But day 2 buy-ins for 1 hour 20 minutes tomorrow, so could see Dom or Robbie bust and flip back in for sure.
Tom Clack, who was in Vegas with the Grosvenor team. Keith Johnson, going along nicely. If he doesn't get unlucky, Keith Johnson could be top 3.
You heard it here first. So guys, 30 minutes to go from us. So in 30 minutes time, we are going to be closing up for the day. Been a grind the last 3 hours, not been immense action.
Yeah,
Started off really well.
Where was our Eddie?
Eddie was putting on a show, getting involved and putting the entertainment factor through the roof. And then the game has got fairly reggy. Lots of heads up pots, not getting to showdown. Jack 10 for Candice and a calf. Nice viable open hit. Makes it 40. And pocket 7s for Steve. He's going to go for 3-bet here to 125. Perfectly fine. I think we'll have a mix of both here. Some calls, some 3-bets versus cut-off. And Candy's going to peel the Jack 10 off. Let's go.
Done it a couple of times.
Wants to see the flop. Looks like there's a 10 ball there as well. Likely to have outflopped the 7s of Steve.
King of spades on the flop.
10 of spades, I think that is.
10 of spades. Here's a 10, 9 of clubs on the turn.
Intriguing turn. Both players pick up straight draw to go with their pair. Candice out in front.
Oh yeah, 10 of spades having problems with the deck by the looks of that. Yeah, it's only come up like that with the 10 of spades on the turn because the action trackers had to input the cards manually because one of them wasn't registering.
Jack on the river, so 2 pair for Candice and Steve makes a straight, so going to be calling this one off. So action tracker was just catching up, that's why I asked the dealer to slow down. And Candy go for 300 and 7s. Steve make the call.
Straight. Yes.
As we know, he was the guy who declined the car on Big Brother. Pieface. Was Pieface on Big Brother?
What's he? I don't watch it. I won't have a clue. When was he on Big Brother?
Who?
Pieface. He declined the car. Why would you decline the car?
2015, got 8 years ago.
I'll tell you what, he'd have been a bit bigger than he was now.
Yeah. He must have been young as well, 8 years ago. Must have been like 18, 19. Never knew that, Logs, and if I did, I wouldn't have mentioned it in the chat because I wouldn't have let anyone know I watched Big Brother, but thank you.
I could probably say, hand on heart, I've watched. How long's it been going?
I remember the series where Kate won it and Johnny come runner up and Jade Goody was in it. That's the only series I remember because I was young and my mum used to watch it.
Series with Craig Phillips.
Yeah, I only remember that series.
I reckon no matter how many it was, been running 20 years. I reckon I've watched
01.
I reckon I've watched 20 minutes.
I reckon 2003 is the only year I can remember. I was 9 years old, but I remember it.
Didn't that Craig Phillips get himself a show about knocking nails into wood and stuff like that?
Yeah, knocking nails into wood, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called.
Is it? Aye.
Back on track. 4-way to the flop.
Back on track. Enough Big Brother talk for that. Ben says Nick says Big Brother's coming back. Ben says can't wait.
What goes on in that place? I'd love to be a fly on the wall on that one.
Eight of Hearts River. Candice gets a few back. Half an hour to go until the end of the session and the end of the cash stream. The cash table will probably run, maybe not for too long, but it will run.
Ben puts can't wait, almost as good as Love Island.
Do you know, actually, talking about Big Brother, do you know I put a poker table in the Big Brother house?
You put a poker table in the Big Brother house?
Forgot about that. Not even a joke.
What, were they running a game there?
Endemol. It's a production company.
Oh, okay.
They contacted me and I made a poker table and sent it down there and it went in the house.
Ah.
I can't remember what year.
Was you on the telly, sat with everyone going, that's my table, that is?
No.
We could have had a GUKPT winner coming from the Big Brother house.
Yeah. In fact, it's on our homepage there, look, see. It's on our website. And I totally forgotten about it when you were talking about that. Thank you.
Well, there you go.
Action turn card here because pair in the 10 going to make Nick think he's going to have the best hand almost always after flop goes check check. Ken has mixed in a little check back with the top pair. I think it's a nice little candidate to do it with as well. Jack of clubs on the end here. A central brick, Jack X of diamonds, Jack X of hearts get there, but other than that shouldn't really be too much Jack X out there in ranges. So I think Nick can definitely go for value here. Target a 6, target a 3, target some ace high non-believers when all the bluffs have bricked out on this board. It does go for 80. Around 2/3 just north of. And Ken going to be raising this up. I don't think this is what Nick was expecting to see.
No.
I think Nick was expecting to see call or fold, and now got a raise here from Nick. Like, I guess we could go as thin as some Jack X here, the Jack X of hearts and Jack X of diamonds that we spoke about. I doubt we're ever doing this with a 6. It's a real tough one here for Nick. Like, flop's gone check check. That's kind of a key element in this hand. Why Nick is going to be mulling this one over. Simply not going to expect Ken to be checking too much 10x on the flush board. But then the other thing we got to ask ourselves, how often is this going to be a bluff? Ken's been playing snug all day. Is he randomly just going to opt to raise a hand on the river that's bricked out? Surely if he's got like a draw a 4-5, that's going to be bet and flop.
Yeah,
But
makes a call.
we do have the non-believer in Nick, and the 10 deuce is good.
So last 25 minutes to go. Thanks for sticking with us, guys, all the way through. Cash table still going on. It'll run for a bit, I reckon, when the cameras finish, but we finish at 1:30. Of course, we're back in the building at 12:30 tomorrow, ready for a 1 o'clock live stream. And tomorrow is the high roller. How many day two buy-ins will there be? 30?
Yeah. I reckon a good 30.
Yeah.
I think we've actually got quite a few here that we wouldn't usually see that are stopping in London because they're flying from here over to Spain.
Right.
So they're going to flick in the 2K,
Ah,
late
right,
reg,
got you.
play the 1 day.
When's the main event for Barcelona?
I think, is it next week, the actual main? I think it's the Estrellas this week.
How much is it the
5.
1K this week?
Yeah, I believe so. And then they will like the 25K 1 day, high roller, all that sort of.
No. What's the main event? 5?
5, yeah.
Okay.
Are you thinking of flying out next week?
You never know, you know what could happen, you know.
Instant service for Will. Turns Ewan dead. And with what we're working with, 60% in our stack, just shy of pot. Where his stack looks out actually. He's got about 800-900 there. So he's going to go for the bet to shove river.
Yeah, certainly not only got 120 behind the line.
What a top-notch fold from Ewan. Just folds the top pair. Very nice indeed. And I think that comes down to on a card where we call a C-bet and a card rolls off on the turn where we expect our opponent to have a high frequency check and they continue double barreling, does signify a lot of strength. So could have been the reasoning there for Ewan. Like you think a lot of the time there as well, we got ace king, king queen, aces, some sort of top pair value hand, over pair on the flop. That diamond rolls off on the turn. We're going to start checking a lot of the time out of position. So once he does go for the second barrel there, Ewan just recognising that going to be a lot of strength from Will. Guess he can have some bluffs that contain the bare ace of diamonds. But really top-notch fold there from Ewan. Very good that was. I think a lot of people call once more, especially after picking up a gut shot and having position. Really, really top-notch lay down that one. As we go into the last 20 minutes of the day, probably going to get an orbit, and then that will be us.
That will be us. Ewan is too good. Candies for the 4-3. What we're doing anything without here we come on a 6-7 deuce flop. Leads. Check call. Yeah. It was a check call. Check, check, turn. That's paint with the wrong kind for Steve. This could easily go check, check again. No, look at this. The only way we can win it. Boom. Don't show the bluff. Don't show the bluff. We have done. Showing that she can mix it up. Would you have shown in that situation? I wouldn't. "20 minutes and counting. High roller starting at 1 PM on the stream. We'll be in and ready for the start of it all. Starts in the club at 12:30. Yes, I flopped A65, 2 spades. No cards showing for the first time tonight.
Wild card hand.
One's got the 10 of spades, one's got the king of spades.
Is that your read?
Yeah, that's my read.
We've got chips going in the middle, Tower. Definitely be some spades lurking about. I would have loved for it to come 10 of spades turn, king of spades river. That would have been brilliant, but unfortunately the queen of hearts is what we see. So expect Nick to have a lot of barrels here, Tower. Like even if he's got like a king jack, king 10, jack 10, these are going to be like his bluffs and front door spades, and then value the ace 10 through ace king, ace queen, all this type of stuff. Well, Nick has gone for a check behind here, so definitely could have a queen x holding. C-bet flop with a king queen, queen jack type holding, pick up showdown on the turn, got a plausible check then. Definitely makes sense.
What if he's holding king 10 of spades?
I think that's going to barrel, Tower. I don't think king 10 of spades is going to check back this turn. I think that's just going to barrel and then line up 3 barrels. I think it's more likely to be a king queen, a queen 10, maybe queen jack on the river. Not out of the realms of possibility, but I think once Nick checks turn, like, could have definitely picked up some showdown. Expect all the king jack, jack 10, 7, 8 suited, 8, 9 suited to continue barreling on the ace queen, 6, 5, 1 to a suit board. So I think he's going to have an inkling of showdown once turn is checked back. I'd say king queen, king of spades would make sense. King 10, king 10, 10 of spades for old young Soon. I'm just going to let it go.
No, we're not going to see. Damn. Damn. Eights for Nick, raising to 25, calling 2 spots, flop time. Oh, nice flop for Will.
Well, what about Nick?
And Nick flops an out.
It's a terrible flop for Will. Trip 10s and Nick has flopped the boat here.
Action. Candice leading for 25.
And he checked to
with a
Nick.
flush draw.
Checked to Nick. Nick bet 25, called in 2 spots. Imagine it comes a club. Action Central.
Oh! Oh, wow.
Well, someone in the chat did call for a Will spin, and he's going to be getting it now. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Nick down to 1 out.
Imagine, oh. No. Wow. Candice. Checks. Will checks. Candice couldn't wait to call the bet from Nick. He'll bet 80.
And I think we need to raise here as well, Tao. I know you're probably watching it. I'm going, what you're talking about? We got a boat. We want a slow play, but once Nick double barrels here on a paired board, like it's very likely he can have a 10 here as well, Tower, or even Jack 9, which has turned the straight. And the thing is, when on river, assuming we're playing in flow, there's some hands that Nick might elect to check back that we don't get value from. There's potential action killers that can roll off. We want to try and think of how to get stacks in by river here, as will be, and does go for a raise to 245. Personally, I'd go slightly bigger. 360, 370, setting up a pot size jam the times that we're called.
This is a grim spot for Nick Marchant.
I just want to get the lot versus the 10 as will be, or against pocket 8s as we see on this occasion. Imagine it comes a club. Candy's putting the money in, drawing stone cold dead.
5 of clubs, anybody?
Get in the
Ace of spades.
room downstairs.
It's the ace of spades that's not registering. And these checks.
No, let's just go up to the size. Like, I'm just going to be thinking about getting my stack in on the river once it goes bet call and we're sat there. Might have put a little bit of extra juice on for that reason. But could still plausibly jam for 125% here.
$380, $480, $475.
Over to Nick, who's not going to be folding. Just thinking whether to raise or call.
Well, $575.
Going to go for raise.
Yeah.
Candies for the nut low will fold, and Will can't wait to get his chips in.
Yeah. Nick flops it and gets outdone. What a turn card for Will B. Will B doubling up.
Saved it. Saved the best one to last. 10 minutes to go.
Cheers, Ben. You'd have crushed your palm onto your face and then had a wry smile and a bit of a grit and a bit of a chuckle. Ewan should be raising.
Yeah, and the Jack 10 suited with position tower.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be folding to a 4-bet for sure. It depends. If you're comfortable navigating the streets at this depth and you're going to find the right boards to run it on, understand what range we're up against. Ewan goes to the 3.5x here, makes it 350. And here comes Geeks. Cheers, Gas. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Gas. £700 in the middle. 9, 4, 5. Flop. One club.
It's a 4-bet coup here. Going to have small sizings as Ewan. When we elect to continue, don't expect him to go large here. And if he does go for the small size, I expect Geeks to take one off here. 2 overcards, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush and position. So this hand isn't over yet, in my opinion. Saying that, Ewan does go meaty here. Goes for 500. So 70%, so maybe this hand is over. Like, it's actually annoying for us as Geeks, because if we're faced by like quarter or third, be happily floating this candidate with position, but facing 70%, just going to have to let it go now. Part of my game that I'm really rusty on, to be fair, 4-bet pots, post sizings, we're meant to choose, opt in for small almost always. Sure, Ewan, it's been in the old sims and the solves, going for the 2/3 size in there and the 4-bet coup out position. In general, you do just tend to see small c-bet sizes in 4-bet pots.
So Nick makes it 25 with pocket 10s. 2 or 3 hands to go tonight. Ewan wants to see a flop. King 6 Jack. Check, check. It's a shocking board for pocket 10s.
We're just happy to check this, isn't it? In terms of range, we're going to obviously have bets on the ace. Our hand doesn't need protection though. No protection for overcards. If queen comes, we make a straight. All the rest are already out there, but does just go for the 75. May have been lining up a bluff, maybe thinking about turning the 10s into a bluff, blocking the nuts. As I reckon we're going to have 1, maybe 2 more hands, guys.
2 more hands, ladies and gentlemen, 2 more hands. From South East London.
South East? Where are you commentating from?
It's my accent. It's the only way. I can't really say. It's central, isn't it? Are we central? Got to be central. You pay that congestion malarkey. What's that all about? Central London. Congestion charge, £15 a day.
You drive in at 11:59, you drive out at 12:01, you get charged for twice. You know that?
Unbelievable. You used to get 3 hours and all sorts. Not anymore. They want every penny off you. No shaking hands. Nick's looks like he's getting himself a rack, and that'll do him for the evening. Last couple of hands. What's he done? Drawn about level?
I think he's winning. I think Nick's actually winning. He was in for 3.5, so I think he's booked a small win. I think he was winning like 10k at one point, but gave a lot back. Says that's me, guys. GG.
Indeed.
I don't think he did, Ben. I'm not 100% sure if he did top up. Because I spoke to him before the game, and he was trying to get some more chips out, but unfortunately couldn't because he didn't have his bank card, and he said he's only got 3.5k to play with. So I think he was only in for 3.5 unless he managed to get some from someone at the table and sent it. I'm not sure, but. That one going the way of Geeks. No, he couldn't have, Ben, because he messaged me. I said the exact same thing, and he said unfortunately he couldn't. Because he messaged me asking, I said no, ask Ewan, and I don't think Ewan could do it for some reason. But he may have got some from somewhere else. So last hand, this is going to be for us guys, and then we are going to be done for the day.
Done in for the day. Back tomorrow. See you Friday. Cheers, Ben. See you Friday. Look forward to it. Look forward to cuddles and all sorts.
And Guinness, if Ben's here. So last hand between Geeks and Candice, and it's going to be a small pot.
You're on the Geeks. Everybody look at that for a flop. Ace 6-3 all spades. Ace of diamonds turn. Still think Gee's got the king of spades. £125 chip, one call. River. The river. Queen of spades.
Candice does make her flush, probably happy to check this one and showdown. She's going to go for value with the 5 of spades.
Geeks gets there. He's got the king of spades in his hand.
Or the 10 of spades.
Or 10 of spades. I'm angling towards the king. I think he might have something like King Jack off or something like that. No, he hasn't got the king of spades.
Oh,
he certainly ain't got the king of spades.
Value from Candice, love it.
Not even a spade in his hand.
Thought she'd knuckle it back, but gets value from the 5 of spades. Exactly. Nicely done, and that is us, guys. We are done for the day. Big thank you to everyone that has tuned in.
Indeedy. This is what we're streaming. Aha! Chip counts for the eye roller. There we go. Jack Benson is chip leader. James Corey second. Danny F. Turk in third. Some
nice
big names. Chris Day, Justin Suey. Yep, Sachi and Joshi. who was in the World Series.
Yeah, it was.
Last 2 or 3 tables. Some good names in there. There were plenty of buy-ins tomorrow as well. So we'll be here from 1 p.m. Come and join us, as you can see right there, 1 p.m. Friday, Saturday and Sunday we'll be concentrating on the main event, but tomorrow it's High Roller Day 2. There'll be a lot of buy-ins for tomorrow because you're buying for 2 levels to start the day. So the first session is a shorter 80 minutes and then we crack on to crown a champion. Can it be the man? Can we do a treble?
Imagine.
Can it be the man? Robbie Chef could do the mini, the midi and this high roller in 5 days.
That would be something, I'll tell you that. If he managed that, it would be
unbelievable. Nice to chat to him as well. He came in for 5 minutes before he jumped into the high roller and bagged up 223,000. So we'll look forward to seeing him on the stream if we get a chance tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Cheers, guys.
We will see you tomorrow 1 o'clock on the stream. Do not be late. It's High Roller Day. Catch you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ta-ta.
It is on. So unless it is on. 5-5. 120. Yeah. Okay. When I got here, they were like, it's not on the app. You have to tell Dan if you want to see. Where's the camera? And under the table.
If the game's going to break, we'll draw for seats. If the game's not going to break, I'm going to go on.
Draw for seats, yeah. Do you want to do left card, number of hands?
Yeah, sure. First card, please.
Yeah. Whatever.